Before you dive into the following ChatGPT course, know that you're about to gain some very powerful AI skills. If you want to take it even farther, consider joining the Entrepreneur AI Accelerator. You'll get twice a week virtual meetups, weekly AI updates, personalized support, and access to an exclusive community of ambitious entrepreneurs. So if you're ready to scale your business and join a community of ambitious entrepreneurs staying ahead of the AI wave, start with the free 30-day trial by clicking the link below. Enjoy the course. In this lesson, we're going to cover roles ChatGPT can play and go over business and personal examples to give you ideas on how you can use ChatGPT. Now, why are roles important? When doing prompt engineering, defining a specific role for ChatGPT is crucial for both business and personal use. This means explicitly stating the role ChatGPT should take, such as customer support agent or personal tutor, to guide its responses more effectively. So here we're going to go over just some examples for how business roles that ChatGPT can play. It could play as a CEO to help you make some executive choices. You could upload information about ChatGPT, about your business to ChatGPT to help it act as a business consultant. You could upload financial data about your business so that ChatGPT can act as a chief financial officer to help you make those choices. If you're a marketer, for example, it could help you with copywriting or looking at your marketing strategy or even helping you with social media, what content to create. If you're in sales, it could also help you with looking at sales objections and how to overcome them. Or it could act as a legal assistant where you could have it write the privacy statement for your website, for example. So these are just a flavor of some business roles that ChatGPT can play. Let's take a look at some business examples. Here we have some examples broken down by common departments that every business has, such as sales, marketing, and copywriting. The employees that would be doing that task in that department are going to be using ChatGPT as a personal assistant to help them accomplish some specific task in their role. For example, if they're a sales rep and they have to do sales outreach, such as developing emails or scripts for cold calling, ChatGPT can help them craft a custom-tailored cold calling script and then also help them with objections they get, for example. In marketing, the marketing department or marketing user employee can use ChatGPT to help create campaign ideas, help with creating a Facebook ad or Google ad or even an SEO strategy, for example. Or if you have a copywriter or need a copywriter in your business, you could go to ChatGPT to help you write a website content or help you write an email campaign or even product descriptions for any of your products. Taking a look at some other examples, we have helping with content creation, data analysis, market research, and customer support. Now, ChatGPT or the AI is not going to perform these jobs in your business. You still need an employee who's trained using ChatGPT to accomplish these tasks in your business much faster than trying to do it manually. Such as ChatGPT could help with content creation, such as creating blog posts or video scripts for YouTube videos. It could help with data analysis. You can upload a sales report by quarter, and then ChatGPT can help you analyze it for trends and insights. And then it could help you also with market research, looking at competitors and comparing what's the difference between competition and your offers and products and how you could differentiate yourself or offer a competitive advantage. With customer support, for example, ChatGPT can help you craft email responses to send to new or existing customers. Or it could help you with developing your knowledge base about your business, such as FAQs, support articles, or even documentation about any products or features. Outside of business, you can use ChatGPT as a personal assistant. With the same framework, such as defining a role that you want ChatGPT to act as, you can use it to help with diagnosing it like a doctor, help with a court case like a lawyer, or helping with a difficult life situations, such as going to a life coach or a therapist or language coach, a teacher, even solving a mechanical issue. Now, of course, ChatGPT is not going to do the work of fixing the car, but it could help you diagnose problems that you're facing. It could also help you as a fitness trainer or a nutritionist, helping you to develop a personal fitness workout plan or a nutrition meal plan based on your macros, for example, or your height and age, for example, or any health issues. You can also help it diagnose any health issues or ailments better than going to WebMD, for example. I've used it personally to help diagnose my dad's knee injury. I said, ChatGPT, act like a doctor. And the client is over 50 years old, having these trouble pains with their knees. They've gone to a doctor and said XYZ, but couldn't find the answer. Please provide some follow-up responses so that you can help diagnose the problem further. It gave us a little 5 questions to fill out about to get more information. We answered them, and then ChatGPT came to the conclusion of one of the 3 options, that my dad needed a knee replacement. And so that turned out to actually be what the ultimate diagnosis was after going to 3 doctors that couldn't solve his pain. Another example is that I used ChatGPT like a lawyer to help me win a small court case with my family. I uploaded all the documents and files into Google Docs, turned them into PDFs, uploaded them, and turned them into a custom GPT, so it now had that local knowledge about the specific court case and the scenario around it. And then I asked ChatGPT to act like a lawyer, and when the opposing side sent us a letter, I asked ChatGPT, this is what they said in the letter, how can we respond so that we can win the court case? We took that response, worked it through a couple times, and then sent that as a response, and they were ready to settle by the second letter. So ChatGPT is very powerful. It could act as a life coach or a therapist to help diagnose a mental issue. But again, there's always the caveat of this thing is a large language model. It doesn't have memory, and it's not a perfect expert. So always take everything that ChatGPT says with the caveat that don't trust it. It's a model. It's used to just assist you in a task, but you're not, say for example, if I'm using it as a personal trainer or a fitness trainer, like I'm still going to go hire a fitness trainer and nutritionist to actually give me quality or to look over my plan. You still always want to rely on an expert, but sometimes experts are very expensive, so that instead of going to like search engines, that's why we can use these as a personal role to help augment experts to save some money. So let's talk about personal life examples. As a life coach, it can help you with goal setting, helping you set and track your personal goals with motivational tips. It could act as an emotional support therapist, offering general support and coping strategies. It could also help you as a legal assistant to win a court case or write a legal document like a trust or privacy policy. And again, I'm always going to repeat myself. Never trust anything that any of these large language models output. You always want to run whatever they output with an expert to do the final quality assurance or the final check. This applies the same thing for business and the same thing for life. We're not removing the human from the workflow. We are just making the human that would do this task in their workflow much more productive using AI. That's all it is. We are not replacing humans, but we are augmenting experts to help them work in a more productive manner. That's all. And then you could use it for summarizing articles, helping you learn a new language, helping you craft an email for work or for personal life, event planning, such as a wedding, for example, help you analyze your personal finances, or help you break out a budgeting plan or investment tips. And again, there's a caveat. These things aren't experts perfectly. You always want to question or run by any answer that these AI models output with an actual expert, with an actual doctor, with an actual lawyer, with an actual investment broker. You never, always want a caveat, you never want to trust any information that comes out of these AI models. It's always like a catch-22 paradox, but at the same time, but it can help you reach your answer quicker and faster. So such as here, it can help you with coding, creating a software program. Now, quick thing about AI and coding, you still need to learn how to code. Coding is still a valuable skill set. You're not going to just whip up a program and then make a lot of money like a SaaS product at the end of the day, but it's going to help you as the professional who is an expert at coding code much faster. These things are not meant to replace humans. They're just meant to help humans be more productive at the end of the day. Even if I'm a nutritionist, I can help me write a diet plan or exercise plan for a client much faster than if I'm doing it from scratch piece of paper, for example. A few more life examples: creative writing, writing a book, tutoring, diagnosing medical information, fixing an item broken in the house, even troubleshooting a mechanical problem. Think of them as fancier, better than Google searching. If you were to ask, traditionally we just ask a question in Google. Google's no longer relevant because it just provides you 5,000 websites and says good luck. Here we can actually get much better quality answers to our questions so that we can work more efficiently in business or in life. And I always want to caveat, I'm going to say it again, please do not trust any information that any large language model outputs. They are just fancy text predictors at the end of the day. You still have to be the expert in your business, in your role, in your career, or in your life. And you still have to get a quality check sign off from another human being who is an expert in that role or in that task that you're supplementing these AI tools with. So that's always something I want to caveat with. Don't trust them with medical information and then all of a sudden you're at your own risk as far as that, for example. So always speak with an expert. Thank you. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to a lesson about data privacy. This is a very important lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the top 6 best practices, ChatGPT Enterprise Plan, and ChatGPT Plus has a mode called Temporary Chat, which we'll look into. Let's begin. So the first thing we want to do, these are my top 6 just best practices when using not just ChatGPT, but any AI model that is privately owned. So like Claude, ChatGPT, Poe, any of these AI models, they are owned by large corporations and their main goal is to harvest data. Once they harvest that data, it's going to be used for training data for future models. That's just the basic thing of it. So we want to first avoid inputting sensitive information. Never enter any personal data, confidential company information, or protected health information, PHI, covered by HIPAA, into ChatGPT or just any AI model in general. The AI model retains information from conversations, so any sensitive data entered could be potentially exposed because a company could get hacked and then all the chat history could be released. It hasn't really happened yet, but that is a common case, or that could happen in the future. So never, it happens. Look, when you start using these models, you're going to start putting in personal information, especially when you start using it like a medical diagnosis and kind of thing. Just anonymize it basically. So brings us to our next one. Use anonymized or generalized examples. When seeking advice or discussing work-related topics, use fictional scenarios or generalized examples instead of real cases, removing any identified details that could be linked back to specific individuals, or especially if you're working for a large organization or company. This is just a huge, it's a big topic. So we want to make sure you're protecting information of the privacy of individuals and also intellectual property from companies. Next one, enabled enhanced data protection settings. If available, utilize any privacy enhanced features or settings offered by the AI platform. ChatGPT does offer one, which I'll show, or two. This may include options to disable conversation history or limit data retention. Remember, any data that you put into these AI models is retained, saved, and used for training future data or training future models. So they do save the data of all your chats. Review outputs before sharing. Carefully review any generated content before using it externally. Ensure there's no confidential information has inadvertently been used in the AI responses, especially if you're private practice and you're putting clients' information in. You want to anonymize it so that it doesn't link to any of your clients there, basically. Implement clear usage policies. Organizations should establish and communicate clear guidelines on the appropriate use of AI tools like ChatGPT. These policies should outline what types of information can and cannot be shared and provide training on data privacy best practices. If you work for a large organization or you manage a team and you want your team to use AI in your business, you need to roll out a training program for your employees to let them know what are best practices on how to use AI in the company. You also want to be selective about which AI models do you use, and also making sure that you're on certain plans so that company information does not get leaked. Lastly, use secure company-approved platforms. When possible, use enterprise versions of AI tools that offer enhanced security features and compliance controls. Avoid using personal accounts or unauthorized platforms for work-related queries. So, you don't want to use your personal ChatGPT account that links to your personal email in your work environment and then releasing company or going to or asking company-related inquiries, which basically is sharing private intellectual property from the company. That is a big no-no. So if you're using it in a work environment, make sure your company has approved using ChatGPT or any of the AI tools in your company, and also make sure they have guidelines around best practices and also a privacy training program to make sure all employees are not doing two things. One, putting their own personal or sensitive information into the AI model, or using their own personal accounts in the work environment. Your company or business should be paying for an enterprise or for their own business plan, basically. And then second, you don't want to be using any personal information in it. ChatGPT specifically does have an enterprise plan, but this enterprise plan is for large organizations, and you can't purchase this plan if you're a small business where you could just go in like the regular account to just sign up for like Plus plan. You have to contact the sales team, and the requirement, well, what you get is none of your training data is used. You control all your data, and then you also get to decide who has access to it. So it is for data privacy. However, there's a huge caveat where it's quoted at roughly $60 per month per user. You need a minimum 12-month contract and then a minimum of 150 seats to get started with that program. So that's just a caveat. It's not really for small businesses, but if you're a large organization, they do have the enterprise plan. ChatGPT, only on the Plus plan do they offer a feature called temporary chat. So if you go in the upper left-hand corner, click on the models so you can select the different models. There's the ability to enable a feature called temporary chat. So if we toggle this, turn it on, what happens is on the left-hand side, notice that your chat history is completely grayed out. So none of the chats in here are basically saved. And we're seeing here, the chat won't appear in your history, use or create memories, or be used to train our models. For safety purposes, we may keep a copy for up to 30 days. So they do kind of save it, but they're not using it for training data. They're not going to save it for a long-term period. So that's something to be aware of. Now in ChatGPT, you can see down in the dialog box, we can ask it a question. What is the secret to the universe? And then here we can see a little help dialog box that says temporary chats will not appear in your history, and ChatGPT won't remember anything that you ask it. So this is like a one-time discussion that you could continue using ChatGPT in this temporary mode where it's not saved. Then when you're ready to go back to your regular mode, in the upper left-hand corner, there's a little circle right here. So if you click on that, it will take you back to your regular mode where you could change the model, have all your conversation history, and you can continue using ChatGPT in the normal environment. So just to review temporary chat, chats will not appear in your history, but they may keep a copy for 30 days just to be cognizant of. They do not use the chats or discussions in that chat for training and improving their models, because you have to understand, because you have to be aware that all models, whether it be ChatGPT, Claude, Poe, any of Gemini, any of these AI models, they all need new training data. And every conversation that you have with them or use them, both personal or professionally, is going to be used to train future models. That's not a bad thing, but it is something to be cognizant of, because they need the data. They're basically running out of information. They need more data to improve their models. So it's just always to be cognitive of. Now it's your turn to practice. So I have a task here. You're going to switch to temporary to temporary chat mode. You're going to ask it a question, take a look at its behavior, the layout, what it looks like, and then switch back to normal mode. That ends this lesson, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the limitations of ChatGPT or just any AI assistant model in general. These are really good 5 common things that are limitations across all sorts of different AI models. Let's start with the first one, lack of human intelligence. Contextual understanding. Although ChatGPT is very advanced, it cannot replace human reasoning. It can generate contextualized answers, but it fails to understand the deeper meaning of the text, and it leads to a very generic or incorrect responses. So you always have to watch your question, whatever it comes out, be skeptical of it, because there's no reasoning, there's no memory behind of it. It's just trying to predict statistically what's the next likely word when they're paired together. You do need a human to verify the outputs of all responses. AI is not going to replace humans, but you still need humans or experts in the workflow for the task that you're working on, and those experts do need to verify the data that's coming out. It really makes beginners or novices, people that are just new to their career, give them false impression of confidence that they can write code and they can write a legal draft or they can diagnose a medical problem. So it gives a false sense of confidence. But if you're an expert who's been trained, spending decades in that craft or doing that task for many years, you know the outputs that are response are pretty mediocre. So the best way to think of it is like these AI assistants or models are really good at personal assistance to help you accomplish a task that you're working on faster and to save you time, but to not rely on them for truth or for honesty or for real deeper understanding or to see a different perspective. That's something that is very limited to it. So there's no human. These are large language models. They're just a large set of training data that tries to predict the next word, just like when you go to Google and you type in the sky is, and it says, oh, sky is blue, most likely. That's the phrase that always comes after it. So there's no deeper understanding or reasoning behind any of these models. You do need a human to verify the outputs. These models are biased, and they also could have responses that have some discriminatory responses, basically. So a lot of the models are very neutered and very safe for work. Kind of like, I like using lobotomized or neutered as the phrase. Because they're all owned by private organizations or private companies that don't want to get sued. They're also trained by, or a lot of their inputs were verified by humans that do have, say, political biases and stuff like that. And all that was baked into the training set of data. So the models are not like the be all end all source of truth kind of thing. They all have, they're very censored as far as the outputs that they output. They're not going to give you any like oppositional political view, or they're not going to give you not safe for work type of content. These are very neutered models because they're privately owned and they're public for lots of people to use out of. So you do have to really notice about the training data limitations. Each of these models, especially ChatGPT or Claude, for example, what they do is they take a large amount of information on the internet and it has some cutoff date, April 2023 or some arbitrary date, and then they train the model. It's almost like compressing that file size, and then they release that model from there. So every model or version of any of these AI models like ChatGPT 3.5, 4.0, all of these models, when they always get updated. Some period of months, they'll get updated with new training data, which gets new updated information of it. But they do have a limited set of information that they're trained on. They like to advertise that they're like trained on all information on the internet. There's a big asterisk around that kind of thing, and they're actually like running out of data too, and it's very hard to get high quality information and data to put into these models for them to be really good at a specific output, for example. So know that there's some cutoff for the training data that's used to create any of these base models, for example. If you've used ChatGPT and you try to give it a very big task, like write a write an essay, write an academic paper, write a blog post, you get a very repetitive Wikipedia style output, for example. ChatGPT is going to repeat text because that's what it's trained on. It's just trained on a library text. There's no reasoning, there's no unique perspective behind it. The models, you're not going to go to these models and whatever they output, think that you're going to write a book or write an academic paper and be done with whatever the models output. That's not the best use of the models. They're really, again, I'm always going to say, personal assistants at a college intern level that you can give a task and research or information that you've sourced your own outside of AI, and giving that to the model to complete a task. They're really good at productivity, time saving at the end of the day, to save you time from having to do that manual labor. For example, it's just productivity, which is really what they're meant for. You really have to feed the model outside information that you've done your own research, PDF, your own articles, your own books, your own other research from outside of Google searching, for example. Take that information and then give it to the model to have a completed task. That's what it's really, you'll get a much better, higher quality output than just relying on whatever the model generates as text. You're going to get something, again, very repetitive, very verbose, very generic, and very non-human kind of thing. It doesn't use language that we speak in day-to-day, for example. This is a big one, plagiarism issues. There is no unique data in the training data, for example. ChatGPT cannot generate any unique data. Its responses are variations of existing information from multiple sources on the internet. If you take anything from as the output from ChatGPT and just ship as the final product, such copy paste and put in an academic paper, put in a news article, put in a blog post, put in an email, you run the very high, for sure, it will be flagged as plagiarism if they take that text that you outputted and they put it, there's AI plagiarism tools, especially in colleges and schools and stuff like that. They check all the paper with some AI plagiarism checker tool that just says, was this generated using AI? And it's very easy to spot because it uses words that people don't use in their day-to-day language. It uses, especially in academic papers, people get flagged. So especially if you're using it for commercial or academic purposes, know that any output that comes out of Claude or ChatGPT is not unique, and it will get flagged for plagiarism and copyright. You can't just have whatever ChatGPT outputs and use that as a book chapter and then try and expect to sell that on Amazon. That's not how these models work, for example. So you still have to put your own creative input, your own reasoning, your own unique spin on it. You really have to still put these in a text editor and work with them to modify them, to put a human touch on them, to really ship it in an academic or commercial purpose. For example, you still have to be the expert that relies on it to do the final tweaking for whatever it outputs to ship it in your final project, for example. Now, ChatGPT is the number one, or these AI models are probably the most popular apps that majority, I'm talking millions of people, are using on a day-to-day basis, especially at 11 to 1 o'clock at work. Guaranteed, these systems, wherever the apps are hosted, are under heavy load where they're getting millions upon hundreds of millions. That's probably, I'm just making that up. There's probably hundreds of millions of requests every couple minutes. Like, it is an insane amount of volume of internet traffic that these apps that are accessed through your phone or your web browser are trying to process and send information back and forth. So know that there's two things. One, they do get overloaded when there's too many users on the system. If you're in the free plan especially, you'll get prioritized lower than people that are on the paid plan. The paid plan really gets you more access to the models in more of a reliable access time, so that you don't have to, either the system will crash, for example, or it kind of like that freezes on basically on the answers or stuff like that. So you'll either get a slow response or you'll get an error message. Just know that, especially if you're on the free plan, definitely want to pay to upgrade, because then you get access to the models during under heavy use time during the work week, so that you can reliably use them, because everyone in the world is using AI models. It is the most popular apps around. So let's summarize what we just learned. Number one, we cannot replace human reasoning and understanding with AI. Whatever the AI outputs, they're just text uh, generators based on information that's already sourced on the internet. They do not generate unique text, for example. There's no reasoning behind it, and there's no in-depth thought behind it, for example. You get a very high-level surface generic Wikipedia kind of style answer that's very bland and very not very human. Training data is there's bias in it, and it's always probably outdated, most likely because of the training models do have a cutoff date. They don't get updated in real time, for example, so they're months old, for example, as far as access to newest information, and trends change, for example. So that's something to be aware of. Whatever it outputs is most likely generic. If you're looking for information that is coming from these models, it's very generic. So to get around that, again, highly recommend doing your own research on academic searches like Google Scholar, for example. Or I don't use Google because Google is still very generic. There's web searches like Yandex and Brave and you.com, even DuckDuckGo, for example, that gives you independent news articles or blog posts that are on WordPress sites from independent journalists, for example. So you do have to do the hard work of still researching unique information. Then whatever you find, feed that with a task or a prompt to the AI model saying, hey, I really like how this academic paper is written. Help me write the first paragraph for my academic paper using some of the information from this. It's going to give a much better response when you provide the AI models outside information. This is especially when you get into, that's why the whole need of creating custom GPTs. We'll go into an advanced level of what are those and how to create them. But basically the premise is uploading additional unique information in the form of PDF, files, documents, feeding that to the model. So the model has a base model information plus this PDF book of additional unique information. And then when you feed it a prompt, it gives you a much better, higher quality answer output than just relying on whatever training set of data from that model that you're using, for example. And this goes across all the AI assistants. Claude and ChatGPT are the top two. Know that it's free for most of the plan, and then they do have the paid plan, but millions of people are using these apps every day, so they are under heavy load. The system does crash, and you do get error messages from time to time. So just upgrading to the free plan will get you, or paid plan will get you around that, for example. And lastly, whatever is generated, please take the time. Don't be lazy. I'm going to call you out. Don't be lazy. Whatever it outputs, put it in a text editor, Google Docs, Notion, Evernote, I don't care where, and then do the human tweaking. Really sit with whatever it outputted and add your own spin, add your own reasoning, add your own information to kind of just upgrade it. All these tools just did is just save you time from going from a blank paper to something to work with. Great. Now that you got that done, then still continue to hone your craft. You'll notice that as the more you use them, the more they will kill your critical thinking skills, much like how TikTok kills your attention span. Like, don't depend on these apps to just feed you information, for example, and then trust whatever they output. As a good rule of thumb, I never trust anything or any information that comes out of an AI model. I am very skeptical, and I do spend a lot of time reading books and doing my own research and going across multiple different sources online, Reddit, or blog posts, or old books that are written before 2000, for example, to really hone my critical thinking skills, to continue to build my deep reasoning skills, for example, because being solely dependent on whatever you ask a question or you give a prompt, whatever these things output, and you become more dependent on them, then you will lose your critical thinking skills and your reasoning. It's just like apathy. If you don't use it, you will lose it. So I really recommend just using these tools as productivity tools, personal assistants that you could college level intern, you could give some work and accomplish some tasks a little bit faster, little micro tasks, for example. So that's a summary of the limitations of AI models or ChatGPT, for example, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to create a new ChatGPT account. And this is also going to be on the desktop browser For best practices, I highly recommend, if both personal or for especially mandatory for business use, you always want to interact with ChatGPT or any AI tool using a web browser like Chrome, Safari, Brave. Any one of those, it really doesn't matter, but you need to be interacting with these ChatGPT software or apps using a browser. If you're using a tablet, or worse, you're using your mobile phone, you are getting a very limited feature app. So you don't get all the functionality that these apps offer. So that's why I highly recommend you have to be using a desktop browser. Laptop or a desktop, doesn't matter, but an actual browser and not a tablet or your phone, basically. Before we create a new ChatGPT account, this is just a great best practice for just creating a new account regardless of any app that you're using. It's optional, but in my professional opinion, you need to be mandatory using a password managing tool. 1Password is one. What it allows you to do is remember only one password, just one master password, and then that will log you into your vault, which securely stores all of your passwords across all the different websites, and then it will automatically log in to that website for you. So you only have to remember one master password, but then it keeps all of your accounts from your banking to your email to even as you start using these AI tools and start signing in with them and start using the professional stuff. It's really more for like the banking security too. Like this is like, with hacking, it's not if, when you're going to get hacked eventually. Already information is already out there. There's huge major breaches, a few major breaches in 2024 where everyone's data, passwords, and logins were like released online if you used any of the major social media apps and stuff like that. So your information is already out there. So this is just a really good practice. And there's also two other scenarios. One is it just makes your life so much easier, both as a professional online, keeps your account secure. And then in worst case, especially I have a couple clients that are seniors. I had a family member pass away, and the family member, the significant other, did not have access to any of their passwords. They couldn't get into their banking, couldn't get access to any of their accounts. They were completely logged out because that family member that passed away had all the passwords in their head, and it was gone. Once they were gone, it was not backed up or saved. So that's a super fringe case, but just as a professional, or especially if you're running a business, you need to be using a password manager. I recommend 1Password. And in this course, or pretty much this membership, it's included as part of the training too. So we have a course just on how to use 1Password. So you get training on how to use a password manager, because once you start using one, oh my God, it makes your life so much easier across logging into many different apps. And then you never have to remember multiple passwords, and you could rest assured that all your accounts are secure with a complex, hard to hack password. So this is just really good practice that I recommend. To create a free account, you want to go to chatgpt.com, and then you want to click on the sign up button right here. Feel free to pause this video as you work through each step. The next step is going to ask you to create an account. You have two options. You can automatically log in using your Google, Microsoft, or Apple email, and then it uses the same. It doesn't use the password, but it will log as long as you're logged into one of those accounts on your browser. It will automatically log you into ChatGPT to save you from remembering one extra password. That's a great option there. But if not, and what I use as best practices is I'll enter my email here, and then it will be taken to my next screen to allow me to add a custom password that's very difficult to save in here to create my account. Wonderful. Then on the next screen, it will say, hey, we need to verify your email. You will receive an email, and it will look something like this. So once you go to your Gmail or your Microsoft or Apple account, go to your email, click on the button, and that will open up a browser and take you to the next screen where it will ask you to create a profile, enter your name, first name, last name, and a fake date of birth, because honestly, this is creating an account. It's owned by Microsoft. You don't want Microsoft to know your your date of birth, honestly. So keep your information private, especially online, and be protective of it. But save that fake date of birth in your password manager should you need to. I don't think it asks for the date of birth to replace if you ever forget your password, kind of thing. But you never want to give these any of these apps like all of your information. Just good practice at the end of the day. On the next screen, you will need to enter your actual phone number or a phone number to a phone that you have access to. It won't work if you use any of those fake phone number sites. So enter your phone number. It will send a code, and then you'll get a text message where you could take that text message code and enter it back into the next screen. That verifies that you are, basically it's to help them prevent spam and help them know that you are not a fake bot. That's it. You may get a, you're now logged in. You may get this little disclaimer prompt. They're always changing this. You may or may not get this, but that's something that may or may not pop up. But the final screen right after that is you have now successfully created a ChatGPT account. Congratulations. Welcome to the AI world. And I highly recommend bookmark this page so that you could come back to it very easily, and then you can log in using your password manager. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll go over the Workspace Navigation, all the details. Thank you. Welcome. In this video, we're going to go over the ChatGPT Workspace so that you can get comfortable with where to find everything. Let's begin. In ChatGPT, it is divided into two parts. Your left-hand side, the gray part right here, this is your sidebar. Your sidebar contains the ability to create a new chat, explore other ChatGPTs, and then see a history of your chats as you converse with ChatGPT. On the right-hand side, this is your chat box. So this is where you'll have a conversation with a ChatGPT model. Let's go in more detail. Before you begin, you first want to select a ChatGPT model to work with. There are differences between the different models. Let's break down each version so you know which one to use. Version 3.5 is for basic tasks like simple queries, text generation, creative writing, something where speed isn't prioritized over the advanced features of some of the other models. You don't need the advanced reasoning or any multimodal like the ability to upload images or text or stuff like that. You just want a simple, fast chatbot to work with, and that is going to be for great everyday tasks. That's version 3.5. I am on the paid plan, which I recommend since we'll go over all the advanced features throughout this course. If you're using the free version, you will have limitations and not get the most out of ChatGPT. So I recommend for this course to go for the paid $20 per month version so that you can see and use all the features and functionalities that ChatGPT offers. Next up is version 4.0. This is where you're starting to work with more complex tasks such as reasoning, analytical abilities, or creating more complex content, for example. You also want the additional features such as analyzing images, videos, or audio in addition to text. That's when you're going to go up to the version 4.0. The newest version, 4.0, this one has the most capabilities of version 4, plus the multimodality, the ability to work with images and advanced reasoning, and the more advanced knowledge that it has, that's the one that most likely you'll be working with. Now, there are limitations to how many times you can chat with it or have send messages with the different modules before you're downgraded. If you're on the free plan, ChatGPT free, know that you get access to Chat 4.0, but you're limited to only 10 messages every 5 hours. Now, if you're on the paid plan, when you're working with version 4.0, paid members get around 50 messages every 5-hour period when using the 4.0 model. And this is a rough estimation and not really exact. Then you'll be downgraded to version 4. Now, version 4, you get roughly 50 messages to use with this model every 3 hours. If you are on the Teams plan, you get an increased message capacity that you can start, or you can use these models for a longer period of time before the system automatically downgrades you. Then, after you use both of those capacities up, or message number up, then you'll be downgraded to version 3.5, which you have unlimited use of. At the very bottom is a mode called temporary chat mode. In this mode, there are 3 main behaviors that will happen. Behavior number 1 is that none of the chats that you chat with in using temporary mode, nothing is saved or will appear in your chat history. The second behavior that will happen is that there is no model training, meaning that these temporary chats that you're chatting with ChatGPT with, the contents of the messages will not be used to improve their models. Where other models that you're using, you using that model, the conversations will be fed back into the system to improve their models for future use. Lastly, the third behavior is that memory feature is off. I'll go over the memory feature in a next lesson in much more detail. So in our first thing, we want to select a model. I'm going to just select 3.5 just for right now. So after you select your model, now we could begin a chat conversation. At the very bottom is your prompt dialog box. This is where you'll put your prompt or doing prompt engineering. I'm going to do a very simple prompt like tell me a joke. Very simple. Once you can press enter on your keyboard, or you can press that black arrow button, and then you will start to see a chat history where you and your chats will be on the right hand side and ChatGPT's response will be on the left hand side. If you make a mistake or you forgot to add information, you can always edit your original prompt by clicking on the pencil icon. So I could click there and say, tell me a joke about cats. And then I could click send. Now it sends a new response, but say I wanted to go back to the original response, I could do through the left and right arrow right here, I could toggle between my first original prompt and my newly updated prompt back and forth right here. Now let's take a look at the toolbar that is underneath one of the chats that ChatGPT responded with. The first option allows ChatGPT to read aloud what's in the message.
Why did the cat sit on the computer? Because it wanted to keep an eye on the mouse.
Wonderful. The second option is to copy the message so that you could paste it in your digital notebook. So I could click copy, one click button here, I get a checkbox, and then I could go to any notepad, it's already in my clipboard history, and I could just right click, paste, or just Control V to also paste. We'll go over digital notebooks in a future lesson. The next option is, say I was not happy with the response and I wanted to try again. I could click the regenerate button and it will try and regenerate based on the original prompt a new response. And then it would ask for some feedback saying, hey, was this response better or worse? ChatGPT and the models, they're always using your interaction with the models to improve the feedback and to improve the models for future uses. And I could say, yes, this was better. Next button is a bad response. Say I wasn't happy with it, it completely missed the mark, it didn't understand my original prompt, and it completely just didn't went off in left field. I could click that button and it will send feedback back to ChatGPT so that they can improve the response for future models. A new feature that we have here, and this is especially on the paid one, is the ability to change the model. Each model from 3.5 to 4, 3.5 to 4 to 4.0, they will output a different response based on the different models that basically on how they're trained. So you can change the response. This was written with version 3.5. I could say, what would it look like if it was version 4.0? Then it will take that prompt, feed it to that model, and respond back using that newer model version. Down at the prompt bar below, you also have the ability to attach files or upload documents. To enable that, you can see that it's disabled here because I'm on version 3.5, which doesn't have the ability to upload files or documents. It's just for quick and fast responses. But if I move into version 4 or 4.0, I'm going to do 4, for example. At the very bottom, now I get a paperclip icon. Now, if I click on that paperclip icon, I have the ability to upload from my computer or upload from a Google Drive or connect to a Microsoft OneDrive, for example. I have a file saved on my computer, so I could click Upload from my computer. I could locate that PDF document, file, CSV file, or image, for example, and then upload that file. Now I can ask ChatGPT a question where it will now search this file in its local knowledge, for example, and then answer a question. So I could say, what is Form 8300, which is something that is specific to the knowledge found in this document. I could press Enter on my keyboard or click the up arrow here. It will search and read this document, and then it will answer the question for me based on local knowledge. Wonderful. After you finish writing a few prompts, and let's say you want to save this conversation, it is good practice to, in the upper left-hand side in your sidebar over here, to rename this conversation chat history. So this is it tries to auto name it for you, just like a file or a document, for example, but we want to rename it so it's something more specific, for example. So I could click on the three little dots for this conversation, and I could click rename. Now I could rename this file IRS question, and then press enter. And now this chat has been renamed so that I can find it in the future to make it very easy and return back to this conversation to continue off, for example. Over time, as you use ChatGPT very often over the next days, weeks, months, you'll start to see a long list of chat histories, and you want to stay organized. One way you can do that is to archive conversations that you don't want to see or use currently, but you want to come back to them at some time in the future, for example. So to archive a conversation, I'm going to click on the three dots, and then I'll click Archive, which hides it from my chat history or from my sidebar. This is a great way to stay organized. The file is not deleted. To find all your archive conversations, you can go in the upper right-hand corner, click on your avatar icon, go ahead and click on Settings. A pop-out will come out. On the left-hand side, if you're in the General section, there's an option right here that says Archive Chats. I could click Manage, and there's my archive chat, saved, not deleted. I could click here and either delete the conversation, or I could click the next button that has a folder that says Unarchive this conversation. And if I click on it, that conversation will now return, if I close out, back to my chat history in my sidebar. Let's say I want to delete a chat, for example. If I go to the left-hand sidebar and I click on the three dots next to a chat I want to delete, I could click the delete button. This will delete the file. Then you could go ahead and click delete, and that file is removed from your sidebar. There are two ways to start a brand new chat conversation. On the upper left-hand corner, you can click on the ChatGPT logo right here, or you could click on the new chat button right here. Both will start a fresh chat conversation to start with, and then always make sure that you select which model you want to work with, and then you can enter your prompt and start a new chat. If you want more real estate, on the left-hand side, there's a button right here to close the sidebar. This will expand your chat box so that it takes up the whole screen, and you can have more time focused on the conversation. And then you could open it by clicking it again, and it will toggle the sidebar with the chat history. If you want to upgrade your plan or even downgrade and cancel your plan, in the upper right-hand corner, you could click on your avatar and then click on My Plan. And here you can upgrade your plan, or right below it says Manage My Subscription. You could click on that button, and then you can cancel your ChatGPT Plus plan. Lastly, if you want to log out of the ChatGPT app, in the upper right-hand corner, you could click on the Log Out button, and that will log you out of the ChatGPT app. Thank you. That concludes the tutorial for the navigation. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about sharing chats with other people outside of ChatGPT, and then turning off training data for privacy. Let's begin. You have the ability to share a chat conversation with other people outside of ChatGPT, but they do need a ChatGPT account if they want to continue using that conversation that you shared with them. For example, I have a chat here where I'm working with some sales data, for example, with some charts and graphs. So if I want to share this with another team member, I could click on the three little dots next to this conversation, click share, and then I could go ahead and click this button to create a link. And then now I could click it again to copy this link right here. And if I open incognito mode and share this link with another person, now they could view this chat conversation, but if there's any images in this file, it will not render the images or charts, for example. Then if they wanted to continue this conversation in their own account, they would have to sign up for a ChatGPT account, and then they could use this in their own chat history, for example. Next, to see a list of all the chats that you have created a shared link for, let's go to your settings to see those. So in the upper right hand corner, I'm going to click on my icon, click settings. I'm going to go down to data controls, and right here where it says shared links, if I click manage, these are all the conversations that I have created a shared link for. I could disable them by clicking on the trash can, like here, and this will disable that. It doesn't delete the chat, but it just disables the publicly shared URL link for that chat conversation, for example. Next, let's talk about data privacy. Every conversation that you have with ChatGPT is saved and used for training data to improve future models. If you don't want your data saved and used for future models, this is how you can opt out of it. In the upper right hand corner, click on the icon, and then click on settings, and then go down to data controls, and the option here, improve the model for everyone. It's default on, so go ahead and click on that. Here they're saying, hey, this allows your content to be used to train our models, which makes ChatGPT better for you and everyone who uses it. To opt out of this, you could turn this off. There's another additional step where you could tell ChatGPT to do not use my content to train your data, and then also have the ability to download and delete your data. That's where you click to learn more. Takes you to a help article, and then if you scroll down, you can opt out of the training through our privacy portal. Click on this, and then here you can select do not train on my content, for example. You can also delete your account here, and also if you want to download your data, for example, but click here. Then here you could go ahead and enter your email, and they'll send you a link where you could begin the process to opt out from ChatGPT using your content to train future models. Now it's time for you to practice. Go ahead and create a shared link for any chat. For example, you can just start a random chat and then go ahead and create a shared link for it, and then open incognito mode to open that link to see what it looks like. But notice that there's always the caveat that it doesn't share images or charts with that. After you've viewed that link in an incognito window so that you can see how it looks like for other users, now just remember that that person will need a ChatGPT account for them to engage or continue using that chat conversation if they want to interact with it. Then you can work on the second part to delete that shared link from the settings. And then lastly, go ahead and, if optional, if you want, you can opt out of the training data. Go ahead and try that, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the ChatGPT course. To go further, join the Entrepreneur AI Accelerator for twice a week virtual meetups, weekly AI updates, personalized support, and access to a community of ambitious entrepreneurs. Click the link below for a free 30-day trial. And now back to the course. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to go over the settings in ChatGPT, specifically how to change your plan, how to change the voice, how to connect external drives like OneDrive or Google Drive, and then some extra security for logging in. Let's begin. You can find your settings in the upper right hand corner when you click on the little logo or little icon right there. And the first one says My Plan. This is where you could go to cancel your ChatGPT Plus membership by clicking right here, Manage My Subscription, and then it'll take you to the next screen where you could cancel your Plus plan if needed. I'm going to hit the X right here to go back. And then next one down is going to be Settings. In the settings, let's go over some of the options that you have. You have the ability to change the layout from light to dark. Some people like dark mode, especially when you're working at night. The next option, always show code when using Data Analyst. If you toggle this on, I'm going to close this for a demo, and you upload, say, a data file, for example. So I'm going to click here, upload file, upload a CSV file, and say analyze this file, it uses code on the back end. And so sometimes this is when it's showing code, but sometimes people don't want to see this, for example. So to toggle this off in your settings, go to settings and then go always show code when using data analyst. That's when you could turn this on or off. And then if I go back, upload the same file, click upload, and I say analyze this file, then it will hide the code interpreter behind the scenes. If you still want to see the code, you could click on the down arrow right here and you can see the Python code that it used to accomplish this task, for example, such as reading a file. So back to the settings. Next, down right here, archive chats. This is if you have any chats that are archived. To find those, for example, if I click back here, let's say this chat right here, I want to archive it. I could click the three little dots, click archive. It hides it from my history, but then I could find it in my settings. And right here under general, archive chats, click manage. And here you can see any archive chats like the one I just did. And you have the option to either unarchive it to put it back, or B, you can click the trash can and delete the conversation. I'm going to click unarchive and it puts it back in my chat history. Going back to our menu, you can archive all chats if you want, or even delete all chats in your chat history, for example. Keeps it nice and clean. We're going to skip personalization and come back to this in a more detailed lesson. Let's move on to speech. Here you could change the voice when you want ChatGPT to read a text. For example,
Hey there, I've got a really great...
Or where this shows, if I close this, go to a chat, and let's say I want ChatGPT to read this text, for example. Right here, read aloud is that voice that's it's going to use in its settings.
The data set appears to have the following columns. 1. Order date.
So you could change that voice in the settings. Here under speech, there's many different voices that you could select. We're going to skip data control and have a specific lesson that just talks about that. Going on to builder profile, this is if you want to add additional details about yourself to ChatGPT, but this is optional. Next, you could link an online drive such as Google Drive or OneDrive by clicking here and then logging in. And now you have access to, for example, when I click this X, let's say that you had a file that was saved in your Google Drive that you wanted to reference. You could click the paperclip icon and then you could click on the Google Drive to find that folder, for example. Here under security, if you want an extra challenge when logging in to prove that it's you, you can enable multi-factor authentication. And then if you change devices or if you have ChatGPT logged in across your tablet or your phone outside of your desktop, you could click here, log out of all, and it will log out of all the devices should you need to in the future. That concludes the settings portion. Let's do some practice. For example, log into your ChatGPT account, go to settings, and go ahead and change the theme color from light to dark and switch it back and forth. Then go ahead and archive a chat and then go back to the settings to put it back. The last two are optional. You can go ahead and connect a Google app or a OneDrive account so that you can access files directly from the ChatGPT chat. And optionally, you could go ahead and enable multi-factor authentication for extra security. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about memory and custom instructions. Let's begin. ChatGPT has the ability to remember facts or customer preferences or things about your business so that you can recall that in future conversations. To enable memory, let's go to the settings in the upper right-hand corner. Then go ahead and click on settings. And then under personalization, you want to toggle memory on. Then to activate the memory in a chat conversation, all you have to do is use the phrase remember and then follow that by whatever fact that you want ChatGPT to remember. Let's start with the personal example, like I like dogs as my favorite animal. I click enter. And then you can see here that it says, oh, memory updated in a little gray thing, and then it saves it with the confirmation. Great. Let's try this out with a business example. I'm going to say remember, and then I'm going to tell it a fact about my business. My business name is Simple Tech Skills. Great. I'll click enter. Then you can see that memory updated, that it committed that fact to its memory. So I could go to a new chat and say, what is my business name? And it recalls it. And then we could check in the settings where that fact is saved. So in the upper right hand corner, I could click on the icon, click on settings. Under personalization, we have our memory enabled, but then to see all the things that ChatGPT remembered, go to manage, And here we can see the 2 facts that we told ChatGPT to remember. My favorite animal is dogs, and my business name is Simple Tech Skills. ChatGPT can remember your favorite things like your business type, your customer preferences, and then use that information in future conversations. And then you can click here to clear ChatGPT's memory. Or that will clear all of them, or you can click the trash can to just delete one specific fact, for example. I'm going to clear the whole memory, and there we go. That's memory. Next is customizing ChatGPT. So you want to think of this as giving instructions to ChatGPT like a set of rules or preferences in how it responds back, for example. So to enable, in the upper right hand corner, click on the icon, click on Customize ChatGPT. In the first box, it asks, what would you like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better responses? This is where you're going to put what is your role, what is your job title, for example. What do you like working on, your hobbies, your interests, or do you have any specific goals? Like, I own a small online clothing store. Provide marketing strategies that cater to young audiences. And this will apply across all the new chats that you start with ChatGPT. In the next box, how would you like ChatGPT to respond to you? How formal or casual, how long or short should the responses be? How do you want to be addressed? Should ChatGPT have opinions on topics or just remain neutral? This is where you could put information like that. I'm just going to say casual, easy to understand for a 5-year-old, and providing helpful examples to be clear and to the point. Let's click Save. And now if I start a new question with ChatGPT and say, how can I increase engagement on my Instagram account? It knows that I have an online clothing store, and then it's going to be very short to the point, translates it easy to understand for a 5-year-old, for example. I'll be completely honest, I don't use customized ChatGPT because I want ChatGPT to be neutral when I start a new conversation. It really comes down to how well is your prompt engineering. I'm going to be very specific on what I want, how do I want it, what's the role, what's the task, what's the format that I want out. I don't want any extra information that comes into it, that customized ChatGPT that may change the response that I want. I always want ChatGPT to be neutral. This is if you want to like test this out and be like, hey, ChatGPT, know a little bit more about me. But honestly, you want to be really good in your prompt engineering, providing so much context and information. And then really, if there's a lot of information that you want ChatGPT to know about you or about your project or that you're working on, and you don't want to repeat yourself, for example, you really should be using custom GPTs for that, for example. That's where you're going to put a lot of context and information. You can really tailor the response that you want so that you always get a standardized output that you could use in your business or your personal life, for example. So I highly recommend, just personally, I don't use customized ChatGPT, but you can if you want, but know that it will go across all the settings. If you just want it to be like casual, short to the point, very simple or easy to understand, or sometimes you find it very verbose, for example, and you want to just like, look, make it very easy for me to understand anytime it speaks to me. That's a great way of using customized ChatGPT, but honestly, I just keep it cleared out, and then I'm really good at my prompt engineering to just be really descriptive and then going back and changing my prompts so that I get a much better quality output. I really like just doing that from the prompts rather than doing customized GPT, for example. Now it's time for you to try. Go ahead and tell ChatGPT 2 facts that you want it to remember. Give it 1 fact about your business, and then give it one fact about your personal. What's your favorite hobbies, or for example, favorite restaurant treat, or something for example like that. And then start a brand new conversation, and then ask ChatGPT to recall those 2 facts so you can see how it saves things to memory, and then you could recall them in future chats, for example. Then I want you to go into the settings and then delete those from the memory so you get very good practice on adding things and removing things from the memory. And then lastly, go ahead and play with how to do customized instructions for ChatGPT. Add who you are and your business, and then also add a certain style if you like about how you want ChatGPT to respond, to be like casual, friendly, or very formal, or very technical, for example. Give it the persona of like, how do you want the style to it. Play around with customized instructions. They may not apply, honestly. Just get really good with doing your prompt engineering, being very specific about what you want, telling it who its role is supposed to be, what's the task that you're working on, and then being much better as far as how do you want the response, how you want it to respond to you. Do that in the prompt, but then You can also play with customized instructions if you want just a blanket response on always be casual, always be friendly, always be very easy to understand, for example. But know that it will always enable this feature across all the conversations that you start, which may cause confusion when you're trying to prompt engineer to respond in a specific manner or something like that, so that you don't have to override the customized instructions. I like to leave it blank, but it's really your preference. Try and play without so you can see the difference. And that's the end of this lesson, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson on keyboard shortcuts. In this lesson, we're going to learn 7 keyboard shortcuts. I'll show you where to find them. And the real difference only between the Windows and the Mac is on Windows, you're going to be using Control. On Mac, you're going to be using Command. But they accomplish the same thing. Let's begin. On the left side of my screen, I have a ChatGPT window, and on the right side of my screen, I have the keyboard shortcuts. So I'll be toggling between both of them so that we can see the keyboard shortcuts and how to use them. So first, where do you find keyboard shortcuts? In the lower right hand corner of your screen, there's a little question mark. If you click on that question mark, it will bring out an option. And here, the very last option is keyboard shortcuts. We'll bring up a little pop-up where it will show those keyboard shortcuts. So let's start using them. So I'm in a chat right now, and the first one is opening a new chat. Command-Shift-O. So, and you can think O for open. So I'm going to hit Command-Shift-O, and it starts a brand new chat. It's very similar to clicking this button or this button to start a brand new chat. That is that one right there. Next one. Focus chat input. Shift-Escape. This is wherever you want. So at the end of the day, keyboard shortcuts, the more you could use a keyboard shortcut than using the mouse, the more you're going to 10x your productivity. That's really the key. So I highly recommend, if you're on Mac or Windows, I rest my pinky on Shift and then my thumb on Command, and it kind of stays there throughout the day. I don't really take it off much, and then my pointer finger is on the letter F as in Frank. So that's where I really rest my hand there, so I could always enable some keyboard shortcuts on my left hand. That will come into our productivity course when we get into Alfred. So a little sneak peek there. So if I'm clicking somewhere else, you can see that the chat focus is not enabled. There's no little typing blinker. So to do that, we're going to hit Shift Escape. And now you can see the little blinker, and now I'm ready to type. This is very similar if you do Command L. It takes you to the URL in Chrome where you could type www.blablabla.com. So that's a great way to quickly go to the focus window. So here, if I click in, I'm going to hit Shift Escape, boom, and then I hit Command A, select all, and Command A is like select all, and then I could delete, for example. And now I'm ready to just type a brand new chat. For the next example, copy last code block. What's a code block? This is an example of a code block right here. So it's a piece of code, HTML, JavaScript, Python, something like that, where you're having ChatGPT write a computer program. So to copy this to my clipboard history, I'm going to hit Command, Shift, and then colon. And you get a confirmation that says copied code block to clipboard. Perfect. And if I go down and press Command V, I can paste it, and there's that entire code block. Great. In the next example, copy last response. So whatever your last chat response with ChatGPT is, it will copy this. So we're going to do Command-Shift-C. Command-Shift-C. You get a confirmation, last response copy to clipboard. And if I practice with my Command-V to paste, then I get that last code block. Perfect. Next one. Set custom instructions. Command-Shift-I. So if I'm here and I go Command-Shift-I, this is where you can find your customized ChatGPT instructions, where you want to know how would you like ChatGPT to know more about you to provide better responses, and how would you like ChatGPT to respond. You could also find this window if you go to the upper right hand corner, click Customize ChatGPT, and you could get that window, for example. Next one. Toggle sidebar, Command-Shift-S, S as in sidebar. So I'm going to go Command-Shift-S and press it again to bring it in and out, in and out. That's fun. Next one, delete chat. So Command-Shift-Backspace. So if I click this one, I go Command-Shift-Backspace. It says, hey, do you want to delete this chat? This will delete this conversation. I'll click yes. And we see on the left-hand side, it disappears. That's the same thing as going 3 little dots and clicking delete. That also accomplishes that, for example. Next one, show all shortcuts, command backslash. So I'm going to do command and then backslash. And now I can see all the keyboard shortcuts just in case I forget, for example. Easy reference. So now, and then just to remind, you can find those keyboard shortcuts in the bottom right-hand corner, the little question mark, and you could click on keyboard shortcuts to see all of them there. Perfect. Now it's time for you to practice. Go and enable keyboard shortcuts using the question mark in the bottom right-hand corner, and then go and practice each one of them, and then I would go through it 3 times. That way you get really good muscle memory so that you could use them throughout the day to increase your productivity. Because remember, always use keyboard shortcuts. Never use the mouse, or if you can, it's such a huge productivity hack. So always try and reference, if a tool, whether it be ChatGPT or any other app, use keyboard shortcuts. We'll go into advanced keyboard shortcuts when we get into the productivity course. I'm excited about that. So go ahead and practice. That's the end of this lesson, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about what is a digital notebook and why do you need one, and then we'll actually create a cheat sheet using your digital notebook. So let's first go over why are digital notebooks so important. The main thing is because ChatGPT, these are tools just to output text. They're not text editors, meaning you can't just double click in any of these prompts to kind of change 1 or 2 of the words. Regardless of whatever AI tool that you're using, ChatGPT, Claude, the workflow is you give a prompt to the model, you get, like, say here, for example, I just said, hey, give me 10 headlines for a Facebook ad. And I'm like, great, whatever. I got the output. I'm like, awesome. I translated it for average Joe, which is my favorite prompt because it always just uses words people don't use. So I'm like, okay, I'm very happy with the response. Remember, our checklist is first, is it 80% there? Yeah, that's 80% there. That's good enough. I'm not looking for perfect from these models. And then second is translating it for average Joe. So it's like readable. So it like uses more real world language. And I'm like, okay, I'm happy with this. This is 80% there. And I like the language. I could work with this, whatever the output is after you get your prompt. The next step is to use a digital notepad. There are 3 different ones. Pretty much, so you have Notion as one, Google Docs as another, Apple Notes, and Evernote. But regardless of which one you choose, I highly recommend to really invest the time and then learn how to use Notion. Notion price-wise is $8 a month, but here's the value that you get, and this is kind of funny. In the days before AI, you actually, and when we had the huge shift not too long ago, a few years ago, where everyone had to work in the digital world, you had to use a computer, you had to organize files, all of your work and anything to generate revenue was done on a computer. So now basically what people felt, there was a trend a couple years ago where people were burnt out, they were overwhelmed, there was information overload. So there was a trend that was called building a second brain, pioneered by this gentleman, Tiago Forte. I highly recommend to read the book or even watch his YouTube videos to get the concept. But here's the main takeaway. Our brain, from, say, for example, David Allen from the book Getting Things Done, everyone wants to be more productive. Everyone wants to be more organized, especially online. And so when people came out with, David Allen came out with the book of Getting Things Done, it was a framework for productivity, which was great, but it was missing the tools to help. And so that's where Tiago Forte took it a step farther and introduced, he took Notion and tailored Notion as a framework to use it as building a second brain. Now, what does that mean? That means basically what David Allen says is your brain is for having ideas, not for storing ideas. You can only store only store so much information in your brain. It means your brain is pretty slow at storing information that's important, especially if you're a creative, if you're a writer, blogger, if you need to consume and digest lots of information to create something new. Exactly what AI does today, but this came out before AI, and it's still, regardless, even if AI goes away, this is still a really good principle. So building a second brain just means using a digital notebook to do three things. One, capture all important information. It's easy to store information in Notion, just a list of files. Like, say, for example, I have a list here of all my documents. It's one file, one table, one list. Every document that I need, there's 300 in here, but it's all saved in one master list. I know it's not anywhere else. When I do my live webinars about AI, I don't have to remember, what's the email that I send? What's, like, say for example, I send a follow-up email after every meeting. I'm like, oh, what do I say in the email? I'm like, oh no, here's a template. Save. Oh my God, where are those links that I need? I need my Canva presentation. I need to do a course. Oh yeah, I do a demo with this PDF document right here during the demo presentation. I'm not scurrying around trying to like rush around trying to figure out where's all my files and be unorganized. I have one master cheat sheet here, even with notes about new things that I learned, so that I can reference them, practice with them, and improve and move this to eventually my long-term memory. This becomes a cheat sheet. I don't have to worry about where's the notes or anything or be scatterbrained. It's all in Notion. It's only in one list, documents. That makes it very easy for me come time 5 minutes before the webinar is about to start. I don't have to stress out. I just pull up my cheat sheet. It's easy to find, has all the notes, and none of these notes or information is stored in my brain. I could easily give a presentation using my digital notebook to help me as my digital brain. That's why Notion is the best. There's like Evernote, which is mediocre. It's too expensive too. Google Docs, the problem with Google Docs is that you can't search across files. Everything is just an independent file. It's horrible for note taking. It's not meant for that. So that's why we're going to be using Notion throughout this course. And the great thing about the membership that you got access to is that I'm also going to show you how to use Notion. I'm going to give you my productivity template. I'm going to teach you how to use, because Notion does have a high learning curve, but once you learn it, it's amazing of what you can do with it. Like with it, it's such a hack. Like you literally triple your brain power. Like that's amazing. You improve your memory. You never forget a fact, a task, basically. So let's do an action item. Here's the action item that I want you to do. You can use Google Docs starting off. You can use Apple Notes if you can't afford Notion for whatever reason. Like start with what you have and then grow from there. I'm going to be using Notion throughout this course, and I recommend that you do too. So we're going to do 3 things with creating a Notion file or a Notion document. If you're in Notion, you could just go on the left-hand side and just create a new, under private space, just create a new page. Super simple. And then title it AI Cheat Sheet. If you're following along on a Google Doc, you're going to call it AI Cheat Sheet. Same thing. And now this AI Cheat Sheet is going to do 3 things. So we picked our tool, great. Second is that we want to outline this tool with 3 important things, because we'll be using this throughout the course and other tools. Number 1 is a section for AI tools, because you're going to be using many different tools. Each one, there's no one master tool that's the best of be all. Like there's a tool for a specific task. Like if you're doing coding, I'm going to use Claude and I'm not going to use ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is pretty mediocre as far as for coding, especially for bigger projects. So I'm going to go to Claude if I'm writing a program. If I'm writing a marketing copy for a website, I'm going to go to Jasper. Yes, ChatGPT can write copywriting, but again, some tools are pretty mediocre, and there's a tool that's for the specific job that you're working on. Or even if I'm going to Google for researching, I don't go to Google, I use Perplexity, for example. So to make your life super easy, we're going to list out, and you'll add tools that are specific to your use case over time. You may not use Jasper, it's not relevant, but just the concept is list the AI tools that are important to you, add some context, why you use this tool, so that it's, again, stored in the digital notebook, so it's not stored in your brain to overwhelm you with burnout, basically. So you don't get, oh my God, what do I need? Which tool do I use for whatever task? Once you write out ChatGPT for writing, for example, or for copywriting, or for whatever task, just an easy reference for you, go to ChatGPT, copy the URL, chatgpt.com. You could do, and the principle is for any tool that you're using, copy, and then highlight. And if you do Command V, you can right click and choose paste. either of those work, and that turns this into a hyperlink. That's going to save you when you're ready to do work. You don't have to find that bookmark, or you don't have 14 tabs open. You're like, which tab is ChatGPT? Or, oh my God, which tab do I need? When you're ready to work, you're like, here's my cheat sheet. I click on my link. I'm ready to start using the tool. You want to cut down the time from navigation, having to go to chatgpt.com. That's just a waste of time of navigating. So then after you write your tools, hyperlink them. Great for reference. Second is for your favorite prompts. You won't have any favorite prompts right now, but if you do, just write one, like write a catchy description for my new product or service. Something simple. It's a placeholder. But as you use the course and as you start using ChatGPT or other tools throughout your day, start saving your favorite prompts there. You're like, man, that was super handy to help me write this email, write this title for this blog post. I used all my prompt engineering skills to write this really awesome prompt. Save it here. That way you have the tool and the prompt to work smarter and not harder. The last part, this is more of a productivity framework that I teach. So the goal here is to get you to think in a digital notepad, and second, to break down whatever project or your task that you're working on into smaller steps. Because when you're working with ChatGPT or any tool, people make the mistake of working with these tools and giving them too big of a task. Like say, go write a blog post about XYZ topic. ChatGPT will respond and give you very verbose answer. It will repeat itself and it'll sound like a Wikipedia article. And then you'll get deemed for writing a horrible article because people know that you just took whatever ChatGPT wrote. You gave it too big of a request. So we want to break whatever, and this is just a very simple framework, but copy this framework here and use it as a reference, just a template, as you start working on other tasks or projects. So it has 3 parts. The first part is to also, this is like task and project management. This is such a very valuable thing to learn. Number 1 is you're going to write down the goal of the task that you're trying to accomplish. Like, I want to create a Facebook ad. Great. It's thought. You have the title. You know what you're trying to accomplish. Second is save any important websites, links, files, documents, notes, facts, anything important that's going to help you accomplish this task in bullet points underneath your goal. Here's the reason why. The analogy is, if you ever watched a McDonald's worker, when the McDonald's worker goes to assemble a burger, you don't see him running over to the fridge to go get buns and then running over to the other side of the place to go get lettuce and then running over to get his tools and then running over to us. Like, he's not in chaos. He just stands at a station, and everything that he needs to assemble a burger is within arm's reach. So when you're trying to accomplish a task and you're like, oh, what's that? When I write a Facebook ad, I should go to this website that has all the Facebook ads that I could see as a quick reference. It's not bookmarked. It's not buried in 32 different tabs that you have and you're trying to figure out which one is that one link. What we're trying to do is allow you to work more productively, especially in the digital world. So save all those special facts. It could be you're writing an ID and the account number is 12345, something like that. But it's now stored right here, everything you need to accomplish this task, because you'll start this task on Monday or Friday. You'll start this task, you'll get halfway through and you'll close your laptop. You'll come back Monday and you'll need to pick up exactly where you left off. Having this framework is going to unbelievably triple your productivity. The next thing you want to do is break down whatever task that you're working on into at least 3 smaller steps. This allows you to break it down into easier requests that you can go to the GPT to work with to get a better response, to brainstorm different ideas, to get some ideas, and then to work on the next step, and then work on second step, and then the third step, and you're saving all the information here, because that's the workflow. If I'm working with the ChatGPT and I like these headlines here, I'm going to save them, copy, so highlight, and you can right click and choose copy, or you can highlight and just Command C. I recommend practicing Command C keyboard shortcuts, Command V for paste. So just for those people that like shortcuts, let's do this real here. Command C for copy, and Command V for paste. Start using keyboard shortcuts. They're going to start making your life a lot easier as you start working faster. So then I took some information for ChatGPT. Remember, we got something good enough from here. The next step, copy and paste it in your notebook below your project. This is where you're going to organize all your notes, because you may find, oh, I like this one, but then a week later you're like, you know what, that one didn't perform so well. Let me look at some other options. Or maybe you're going to, what I call Frankenstein. You're going to take this first part and then you're going to take this second part. You're like, get fit in your 60s without heavy weights. I like that phrase. So this and this. So it's actually, I could do this. And I'm like, this is the winning headline right here. I'm going to do this without heavy weights. That's going to be the perfect marketing copy I want to use for my Facebook ad. And using a digital notepad allows you to work on the text, because you always want to work on the text before you ship it as an email, as an ad, as a blog post. You never, ever want to take whatever ChatGPT outputs, copy, and then put that in email and paste. People will know that you're using an AI and you're just basically being lazy at the end of the day. It's bad. It will get you in trouble. So that's why you still have to be the expert. Use these tools as a little assistant and work there. So this is pretty much the framework for a little task or project right here. Go ahead and create your AI cheat sheet in your digital notepad, and then we'll use this notepad for future projects. Thank you. Welcome to this lesson where we're going to learn how to write prompts, not just for ChatGPT, but any AI assistant model like Claude or Poe that you're working with. So in this lesson, we're going to learn what are prompts, what are the 3 prompts to a prompt, what are best practices, and then we'll do some examples. So let's begin. What are the 3 parts to a prompt? Using this 3-part structure really helps people get a really good response without having to go through multiple revisions or multiple chats trying to get the best answer. We're trying to do in as few prompts as possible, get the best quality response out to save us time at the end of the day. So most people make the mistake of just being very brief or very generic and not providing enough context for the model to understand what are you looking for exactly. Because remember, underneath the hood, these models are just, they auto predict the text, or they predict the next word or sentence, most likely that is in this example, based on a large training set of data. So the more information that you can feed it, the more it could use that to try and put together a much more quality response. That is what you're looking for example. The first part is we want to provide some context or a role for the ChatGPT to know where are we starting from. The models, you want to think of them kind of like employees, but I like putting them in the context of a college intern that I want to complete a task, for example. So with this college intern, the first thing I want to do is give it some context or role so that it knows what type of response or how to act in the future. So we're going to give it a role like you're a marketer, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you're a copywriter, for example. That's going to put together the persona and provide much more context around how would a copywriter answer, for example. The second is you want to provide a detailed instruction. This is your task or your question for the model to answer. Most people make the mistake is they are too broad with the question, or it's too complex of a task. For example, write me a whole blog post about XYZ topic. That's too big of a task for the model to output. Instead, you want to focus on what I call micro tasks. We'll go into another lesson to practice micro tasks, but you want to break down your request to very small parts that you could piece together in your digital notebook to get a much better response. You're not trying to get the perfect and the whole blog post or a whole chapter of a book out from a model. You're trying to work like a college intern, piece by piece, task by task, so that over time you can build the best output, for example. So we're going to focus on the task. And lastly, what is the format that you're looking for as the response? Do you want a bullet list? Do you want a table? What are you looking for exactly? Even providing examples or a framework for the model to replicate. Because once you provided examples, the style of a writing, here's an example of a Facebook ad, for example, then it knows exactly what to return for you, for example. So for example, and I have two examples here, this is a great example for a prompt. You are a biology teacher. Great. So it knows the context, the role. It's in a teacher role. Great. Explain photosynthesis. Say I'm learning about it. I want to really understand this new topic, regardless of what it is. I just want to understand it. And then third, what's the format? I want it to use bullet points and simple language. So we're going to test the two different examples of this prompt. So on the left-hand side, I did a very basic, this is an example of a very poor prompt. It's just saying no context, no format, and just a very simple or very short, brief task that just says, explain photosynthesis. Well, what we got out seems like a Wikipedia article, almost like. It's not human. It's like, this is great if I was studying for a biology degree, but honestly, after reading this, great, I got a lot of facts, but I don't really truly understand what is photosynthesis just from reading this. Like light absorption, you have the water splitting, which is this technical term, a lot of technical jargon. I don't understand how the technical jargon I can relate to. For example, I just wanted very simple understanding of what is photosynthesis. It even gives me a whole equation. I didn't ask for an equation. So then I would have to waste time going back and forth, going, no, that's not what I want, or translate that, or explain like I'm 5. Like, that would be a waste of a good prompt. So remember, a really good prompt, we want to provide those 3 parts. So here's an example of same example, but a much better, higher quality prompt. Now I'm giving it a role and context, saying you are a biology teacher. Explain photosynthesis, that's the task. And now I'm being very explicit as far as the output that I want. Use bullet points and simple language with an analogy to understand for a 5-year-old. So now I got this much better output that says, photosynthesis explained. You see, plants are like little chefs. Plants need some special ingredients in order to make food. The leaves are the kitchen. The magic happens in the leaf. Here's the recipe. Here's the food. And here's an analogy of understanding what is photosynthesis. I could understand this. I could read this and go, yes, I now have a better understanding in the first shot, what is photosynthesis, for example. Let's take it a step farther, for example. Let's say this is an example of a poorly written prompt. Write a Facebook ad for my fitness business that serves men over 60. Look at the response I got. It's not human. It's not human as far as like easy to understand or read. It reads like a Wikipedia article. It's very verbose. I can't relate to this if I'm using this ad to generate leads, for example. Are you feeling the aches and pains of getting older? Want to stay active and strong without the risk of heavy lifting? It just doesn't connect. This will be if I were to run traffic using this ad, it would not perform very well. And look at all the things that it gave me. And then look at this. Take the first step towards a healthier, more vibrant you. Well, I didn't want all this. This is not what I'm looking for. And now I have to go back and forth and chat with it to like try and get a better response. So that's an example of a poorly written prompt. Let's use the same prompt and let's use our 3 steps, for example, to improve that same prompt. Give it a role. You are a marketing copywriter. Awesome. Whatever task that you give it, you want to think of what person in what department of the business, marketing, sales, operations, finance, who would be doing this task. And that's a great place to start with. Or who would I hire as an expert to answer this question for me? For example, you're a doctor, a lawyer, therapist. So we want to be very specific about the role. So you're a marketing copywriter. Great. Now let's do the task. Write a Facebook ad using this framework. The opening line that captures their attention, addressing their biggest pain point that keeps them up at night. 3 benefits of our coaching program with a call to action, and then also translate it for average Joe. So now in one prompt, I got this much better output that says, are you struggling with joint pain and feeling like heavy weights are your only option? Well, discover our fitness program designed specifically for men in their 60s that doesn't rely on heavy lifting. Oh, gentle exercises, increased energy, personalized support. If I ran paid ads and compared option A and option B, I guarantee I will get a higher conversion, meaning more people will click on this ad because it's easy to understand, it has much more context, and this would get a much better conversion than the first one. So this is why you want to use the 3-step framework for writing an example prompt. Now, I provided a cheat sheet that you could download and reference. So at the very top, and this is just a very good best practice. It's not mandatory for every request. It always depends on the task that you're working on. But here we have our very simple format. Say, hey, acting as a role, and let's take a look at some list of examples of roles. You are a marketer, you're an advertiser, you're a copywriter, because you want to treat ChatGPT or Claude or any of these AI models like personal assistants that you want to give a task to, for example. That's the best way to treat them. You're a marketer, you're an advertiser, you're an accountant, you're a lawyer. So now that it has a role, then you want to be very explicit and detailed in the tasks and also breaking down to what I'm calling the micro task. What that means is not having to write the whole blog or essay in one go. I want to work on just the headline. Then I want to work on the book outline, for example. Then I want to just work on the first title of my product description before I move on to the body of the paragraph, for example. So the more you could break it down into smaller micro tasks and using your digital notebook with this, and we'll go into an example in the next lesson with micro tasks, that's going to help me work through and get a much more higher quality output than going back and forth, for example. And then being very explicit, providing an example or a template for the model to know what you're looking for is going to know what to provide you as the answer, for example. So like here, for example, I was very explicit to say, hey, I want my ad using this framework, opening line, biggest pain points, 3 benefits, and a simple call to action. I was very explicit in what I wanted as the output, for example. And I got a much better, higher quality response. So those are the 3 parts to creating a prompt. Let's go over best practices. Some best practices is you want to be very specific and clear in your instructions. Most people are just very generic, very short. These models need a lot of context and information in order to provide you a much more higher quality output, for example. If you can, provide any context or examples like here's an example letter, match the tone. Here's an example code, a function that I'm working on, create something like this. Or, hey, I'm working on a Facebook ad targeting this demographic, and I really like this format as my ad structure. Help create another ad that uses this structure or framework. Number 3 is probably the most important, and we'll dedicate a lesson just to that, is breaking down complex tasks into smaller micro tasks. So remember, I like the essay as an example. I'm not going to have ChatGPT write a whole academic paper or essay all in one prompt. That's too big of a prompt or task for the model to work on. You'll get an answer that's very verbose, very repetitive, very generic, and not useful in your final output or your final task shipping it, for example. So then you want to break it down into something smaller, like working on the outline, then working on the first chapter using references, or the first paragraph using these examples and your own text or your own words, for example, to have it clean up, for example. Treat it like a personal assistant. Don't have the intern assistant do the work for you. You still have to be the expert. So that's where people don't make the mistake, is relying on the model to do the work for them. No, you provide some context, some information, and have it complete a task with that information. Then iteration. Don't expect to get perfect right out the go. Remember, my check is there 80% something here I could work with? That's my first check whenever I get a response. If not, go ahead, don't feel bad. You just have to refine the prompt. Just continue to ask it more questions to it so it gets, you're not trying to get the whole thing. Just get 80%. If it just did the bottom part, for example, really well, but I don't like how it did the first sentence, I'm not going to throw it away and have it try and rewrite the whole thing. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my digital notebook as a text editor to save what I like. So if I just like this bottom part, I'm going to highlight it, Command C, or right click copy. I recommend getting comfortable with Command C as keyboard shortcuts. And I'm in Notion in my digital notebook where we left off. I'm just going to indent new line just as a new section, and I'm going to paste that there because maybe I didn't like that first sentence. I'm like, okay, now let's rewrite, let's copy this, and let's feed that back to ChatGPT to say, hey, write 5 better headlines than this, colon, paste. So we're colon, I'm giving it back some information to focus on, and I'm giving it a clear instruction for what I want, for example. And now, based on what I'm looking for, it's like, hey, 80% there. I'm like, yeah, that's about 80%. That's good enough. I could take this, copy, and move it into my notebook to tweak and be like, you know what? I think we're going to do this one. Gentle, effective workouts. And we could save these for later because maybe I want to change those. And you know what? I don't even want that I don't even need that first sentence. I like just this sentence right here. Get fit after 60 without lifting heavy weights. That sounds great. You really want to use your text editor to do all the final work of tweaking and editing before you ship. You never, ever, ever want to take whatever the ChatGPT model is, like, or whatever it outputs, like this whole thing. You're like, yeah, done. It did the whole work for me. I don't have to think. That's being very, very lazy. So take what you like, put it in your text editor, and do your final tweaking from there. You still have to be the expert in it. Second, experiment with different phrasing or formats. Maybe you have to go back to the original prompt. So for example, if I go back and I'm like, yo, if ChatGPT just completely missed the mark in what I was looking for example, if I'm like, whoa, this is definitely not what I'm looking for, then I could go back to my prompt, click the edit message, and say, no, definitely was completely off. I can't use any of that. Translate for average Joe, for example. I could click send, and it will redo that prompt again. You'll also lose any conversation below it, so just be aware of that. And I'm like, okay, these are a lot better. And you can always use the arrows to compare your first response from your next response to see which one do you like better. You never try to get it perfect right out the bat. You do have to work with these models to get the best response out. And you're like, yeah, this is good enough. So you could always edit your original message to make sure you get something out that's 80% there that you could then put in your digital notebook to edit after. Lastly, save prompts for repeat tasks. This is awesome. Say ChatGPT, here we go. Say ChatGPT gives you a great ad. You're like, great, I have an ad. I'm like, man, I've worked back and forth, did a lot of tweaking. I'm like, I really like how this format is. I want to use this prompt again in the future, but I wasn't too clear in my prompt. I could have done better, for example. So turn ChatGPT into a prompt engineer to give you a prompt that you can use in future if you have to repeat this task again in the future. Here's a great example. You are a prompt engineer. I like the output of the response. Write me a template prompt so I can create Facebook ads that match this format for any business in the future. So then it took that prompt and that example, and it gave me a great prompt template that says, oh, address the main pain points, great, discover a product or service, awesome, benefit 1, benefit 2, benefit 3, don't let pain point, and here's a call. I really like this, so I'm going to copy this, highlight and copy. I'm maybe going to copy the whole thing up there. Great, copy. And remember, your AI cheat sheet, if you find some prompts that you like, for example, favorite prompts, you can paste those prompts there, so that in the future, you can just copy this into a prompt, give it some more context, and get a much better quality output that you can repeat tasks in the future, for example. So that's where this is your AI cheat sheet, remember? Has your tools, has your prompts, so it's super helpful for you to work on or work from. So let's end with some tasks. So I provided 2 example prompts here that you could copy and paste, or you could write. I would actually write them out. I don't want you to just copy paste. I want you to actually write it out so you get the habit of writing it. And it says, you are a marketer for my life coaching business. Remember, that's the role. Write a detailed ideal customer profile for my clients who are men in their 30s who suffer from anxiety, and provide their demographics, their interests, top 3 pain points, and 3 lead magnets to offer for free. Great. I want you to type this out so you could go into the habit of actually working. You can also use speech to text, for example, if you're on a Mac. Here's a second example I want you to practice. For example, you're a sales rep for my legal business that creates trust for seniors. I lose sales due to the lead saying that my prices are too high. So provide a list of responses that explain the value of my services that is easy to understand to help move the lead to a sale. Great. Once you practice those and you tweak and you get comfortable writing them out, now I want you to come up with your own examples. So referencing the cheat sheet above, and that's this cheat sheet right here, for example, referencing that, I want you to come up with 5 prompts for both focusing first on business, and you can focus on different departments to get some variety, like what's a prompt for marketing, what's a prompt that could help sales, what's a prompt to help in customer service, or maybe to even come up with new products or services, for example. And then I also want you to write 5 new prompts also for life situations. Hey, ChatGPT, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you're a therapist, help me plan a trip, help me create a meal plan, help me create an exercise program, help me learn a new topic, something in your life that you can use the 3 parts framework to get a really good prompt. Now, of course, I'm always going to caveat, doctors don't trust anything that comes out as medical advice. Don't put personal information in it. Just make stuff up, for example. But I want you to put come up with 5 examples for business and life using the 3-part framework. Act as a role, perform a task, and give me this as a format so that you could get comfortable with how to write prompts. That's the end of this lesson. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson where we'll explore over 1,000 prompt examples so you can get a lot of inspiration about what are some different types of prompts out there. And then we'll find some examples, we'll save them to our AI cheat sheet for reference, and then we'll go into some specific ones for business and for life, for examples. Let's begin. On this website, there's over 1,000 prompts that you could explore. This is to give you inspiration and ideas for many different prompts, and then you know how to take it to the next level using the 3 parts of a prompt to take these basic ones and make them even better. But let's explore just how to use this website. So you can search right here. So if I am a grant writer, I could type grants, and there's 2 prompts for grant writing, for example. Fitness, I could type fitness, and there's ones for fitness related, for example. So that's the search bar at the top where you could type in a topic. Next, you have these categories: marketing, technology, business. They're separated for both business and life examples: education, social media, personal development. When you click on one, there are 2 ways to view it. You can view as a list using this button right here, and it'll show you just a list of all the ones that are in this category. And then you could also click this square icon, and you can see it just in a different view. But let's say, and then when you click on one, say for example, I like this journaling one. If I click on it, it says start a daily journal to reflect on a topic. And then here's the prompt: write a list of keywords related to starting a daily journal for reflection. You could copy it, and then it's copied to your clipboard. You could then go to ChatGPT, start a new chat by clicking either this icon right here or this button right here to start a new chat. And you could paste using Control V. I recommend using keyboard shortcuts. And you could press enter. But really the next level here is you need to take it to the next level and add your 3 parts for it. So let's say you are a journal creator. Let's see, help me write a list of questions related to a journal entry that I can use to log my personal thoughts and gain a insight to how my day was. And then I'm going to delete the rest. So use them. What we're doing is, one, we're not using just the copy, don't copy paste and just use things blindly. Copy pasting is just being very lazy. And so we used it as inspiration, and then using our 3 parts, we took it to the next level. We're like, hey, you're a journal creator. Help me write a list of questions related to a journal entry that I could use to log my personal thoughts and gain insight into how my day was. So I'm going to press enter, see what comes out. Oh, so now I got a much better response. Again, these are just for inspiration to get just to get some ideas, and then you already know how, using those 3 parts, role, task, and format, to take it to the next level. Now I got a much better prompt that I could use for a journal entry or for business or for life, for example. So if I like this, great, that's cool. The next step is to save, practice a few prompts, and then if you find ones that you like, copy them, copy, and then go to your AI cheat sheet, which remembers it has 2 categories. One for AI tools, ones that you can reference all the different tools that you're using, because ChatGPT isn't the be all end all of these AI tools. You'll use different ones to get a better output, just the tool alone, for example. And then you'll come across your favorite ones. So I could even just have this I could create a category for business prompts, and then I could create a category for personal prompts. I do go later in the course into a full advanced Notion course, so creating headers and stuff like this. I'll show you how to use it. So you could do the plus sign. I like using H3 for a new heading section. H3. So that's what I'm doing, but I'm using keyboard shortcuts. And then I could do a bullet and paste my personal prompts, and now I have my business prompts, and it's all in one cheat sheet that I could reference. And as I get better using AI tools, everything's saved here, so it's not saved in my brain, which I get overwhelmed and I forget. For example, I have poor memory, so everything's saved in here, so I could always reference it when I'm doing work for business, or for, hey, I want to use AI tools in ChatGPT for my personal life, for example. So that's just the overview. So explore all the different prompts. There's many different categories. Find ones that you like, play with them, test them out. But once you paste them, rewrite them, make them better. That's the real challenge that I really want to challenge you with, is not just copy pasting, for example, because then it doesn't connect with what you do, for example, both personal and business life. Now, there's also going to be an attached Notion workbook that's going along with this course. So in that, you'll have access to these 2 sections here where I created these. I referenced them in a previous one. They're called Emulating Experts. And these are roles or people that work in a department, in a business, the main categories, that you can specialize to accomplish a specific task or to gain a unique insight, for example. So if I have CEO, marketing head, sales managers, chief financial officer, customer service. So you have the role of the person, what department they would likely be in. What are some use cases that you would use them for? Oh, I need to do some strategic planning. Oh, I need to improve my sales performance. Oh, I need to manage my budget constraints. Oh man, I got a customer complaint. How should I handle that? So these are some many different scenarios that you could apply. And then I created some example prompts that you can use in that category, saying, oh, as a CEO, how would you approach our next product launch? Or as a sales manager, how can we increase our product sales for this quarter? And you provide more these are just a baseboard for you to rewrite and provide more context, more examples, more information, so that ChatGPT can give you a much better response out. So these are some business examples. Go ahead and explore, pick some and test them out. Then I have here same format, but for life experts. So these are some common life experts that you would hire to help in some life situation, a problem or challenge or task that you're working on. It could be a life coach, a therapist, a doctor, a lawyer, nutritionist, personal trainer, financial advisor, career counselor, meditation instructor. Now, again, I'm always going to caveat, do not put personal information in it. It is going to happen. It's just inevitable. It's not going to, like, don't freak out. I mean, at the end of the day, but just be cognitive of just not sharing personal information, like especially PHI information in with this. Or if you're a small business owner, don't put your client's details information in here. Use best practices and obscure the information, make it generic, don't make it personal, for example. But these things can really help solve questions better than going to a Google search, for example, or doing research. Or sometimes we don't have the budget to afford some of these experts, but we have a real serious question, for example. So here you could do, as a life coach, how can I better manage my work-life balance? As a doctor, hey, I have this pain in my left elbow, and every time I move it this way, it really hurts. And ask me some follow-up questions to help me diagnose this issue, for example. Or as a lawyer, what should I consider before signing a new contract? I'm going to get hired for a new first-time job, and here's the legal contract that they want me to sign. What should I be aware of, for example? As a nutritionist, provide me a vegetarian meal plan for weight loss. As a career counselor, how can I make my resume stand out? What are some effective job strategies? As a financial advisor, how should I be investing my savings? Now again, I'm always going to caveat this. Do not solely rely on whatever the AI models output, because again, they don't have your best interest at heart. They don't know who you are. There's no memory. There's no reasoning. They're just text predictors. That's all they do, is just generate text based on some input that you put. Not to mean they're not going to do anything malice, for example. They're very neutered as far as their output response, because again, the companies don't want to get sued, for example. So, but just know that always, anything that they output, always run that by an expert. So I'm still going to hire an attorney. I'm still going to go see the doctor. I'm still going to go and hire a therapist, for example. But sometimes they're not available, or it's expensive, and you just have this one question. You could use these models as life coaches or role models, for example. So let's go over some tasks so that you could practice using these prompts. So the first thing I want you to do is find and test 5 business prompts, and then find another 5 that are life prompts. Then what I want you to do is rewrite them and improve them using our 3 parts of a prompt: add a role, better define the task, and then be more specific on the output that you're looking for. And then as you test those out, find the ones that you really like, that you're like, hey, this is actually pretty helpful for personal life or for my business, for example. I'm going to save them in your cheat sheet. So in your cheat sheet over here, right under favorite prompts, save them and separate them out. These are my business prompts. These are my personal prompts. That way you have this one cheat sheet to reference as you progress using these tools. So go ahead and practice those. And that ends this lesson, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the ChatGPT course. To go further, join the Entrepreneur AI Accelerator for twice a week virtual meetups, weekly AI updates, personalized support, and access to a community of ambitious entrepreneurs. Click the link below for a free 30-day trial. And now back to the course. Welcome to a lesson on advanced prompting. I am so proud of you, honestly, for making it this far and taking time to commit to learning these new AI skills. Give yourself a round of applause, honestly. Like, what you learned today is literally going to benefit your life tomorrow and so much in the future. It's going to save you so much time. And this is such an advanced concept that I'm so proud of you for really pushing your education. You're investing in your education is really like the best ROI and payoff. Like, oh my gosh, I am just honestly proud of all my students, really, genuinely. So I'm super excited for this lesson. This is a very big lesson, so let's actually take our time to focus on it. But once you learn this concept, this is going to be very powerful, and it's going to take your prompting to a whole nother level. So what is the advanced prompting framework? This is the advanced prompt framework. These are the 5 elements to take your prompting to the next level. Now, taking a step back, the reason why is because honestly, most people do not give enough information to any of the AI models in their prompt for the models to know exactly what are you looking for. So the goal, especially when you get into like software programming, or if you ever want to become a programmer, highly recommend learning how to code. It's like the best skill set ever. The reason why one of the biggest problems when people learn how to code is that they weren't explicit enough with their instructions when they give it to a computer program. That's all ChatGPT is, just a computer program. It just put in an input and then you get some output from there. So most programmers fail or write buggy code because they didn't explicitly break down step by step what do they exactly want the program to do. So that's pretty much like the concept of what we're doing here is in prompt engineering, you're trying to give as much detailed, explicit information as possible to the ChatGPT model in an organized manner for the model to output exactly what you're looking for exactly, or getting closer to what I call 80% good enough kind of things. That's it's usable, that you could use it in your final task or project. So let's break this down. There are 5 elements here. So the first element, I color coded them. The first one is role. Role, which is in purple, which is this part right here. So it introduces the role, the job title, or the persona. Who is the expert that you want ChatGPT to be to perform this task? Because remember, ChatGPT functions like a college intern, but you need to give it a persona, a role, in order for it to act or behave in a certain manner for you to get a much better tailored output or response. You're really, at the end of the day, trying to augment people or experts at the end of the day. So who is the expert that you want ChatGPT to be for this specific task, for example? So in this example, I said, you are a professional copywriter in the B2B space. Done. That's it. So now that it has this role and persona, that's great. The next thing that you need to give it explicitly is what is the task that you want to accomplish. So your instructions is most likely going to contain some action verb like write, summarize, compare, analyze, generate. And here we're saying your task is to write a LinkedIn post about the future of AI. Great. It's got its role. It knows what the purpose is, what's the task that we're working on. Lastly, this is just a little placeholder right here. This phrase, strictly following the instructions below. It's just a placeholder. And for the instructions, now you really break down detailing exactly what do you want out of this. You have a bunch of like a scope of work. You have a bunch of details that you want to give this, and you want to treat it like a college intern. Do this, then do this, then do this, then do this. Make sure it has this, this, and this. So here we're saying, hey, and you can see the placeholder. So for instructions, and then we do little line bullet points out. I want you to use a conversational tone of voice. I want you to write in short sentences, and then I want you to end in a call to action to a free trial. Now, this is where you'll go back and forth to re-edit this prompt. If you don't get the output that you want, you'll just go back to this section right here and continue to refine your instructions until the output is exactly or at least what I call 80% good enough, basically. So this is where you'll continue to go back and forth. You won't get it perfectly right off the bat. Just put some instructions there, and whatever it outputs, you'll know exactly what it's missing or what to do, or what additional stuff you want to add. So just go back to this instruction part right here to refine your prompt, which I'll show you in the demo, to add another bullet point for it to redo it basically until you get 80% good enough. And then lastly, this is another placeholder. It's a phrase that says based on the context provided. So to make your AI outputs unique, relevant, it's crucial to add examples to your prompt. This could be examples of your text that you frequently write, or existing documents about the topic that you're writing for, or any other information the AI needs to work with. This right here, context, it's just a placeholder, this phrase right here, based on the context provided. And then here, down this little section right here, context, this is where you're going to put website URLs. You're going to technically attach a PDF, which I'll do a demo, so you don't really need to literally explicitly say attach, but I'll show you how to attach a PDF document, for example, but you need to add some additional local knowledge PDF files, example work for the model to give you a much better answer, because again, you never want to rely on just ChatGPT to just word vomit whatever it outputs. Say no, treat it like a college intern. Here's a task, and here's some information. Here's a book, here's a guide, here's an article, here's a website, here's some additional information I want you to do something with. So that's what the context is. So that you're not relying on ChatGPT's memory or whatever's in its training data. You provide the context, and that's how you're going to get a much more higher quality output out, rather than something that just is generic of whatever the model may be limited or trained on. Lastly is the command. You're going to repeat the main task by summarizing it in a few words. This is just like your main command to just do the task, basically what you're telling it to do, which we're saying, hey, now write the LinkedIn post. Awesome. So let's take this into ChatGPT and work with it to see how it will look like, for example. Now that we're in ChatGPT, here's an example of that prompt. Remember, you're a professional copywriter. Awesome. Use the instructions below based on the context. Great. And then we can see here, here's my instructions. And then I added a context of a blog article. If we go to this article right here, here's a blog article that just talks about how AI is transforming B2B sales. Great. So that's its context, what it's going to use as a reference. And then write the post. Now, most of the time, ChatGPT, whatever it outputs, isn't going to be exactly what you're looking for. See, you're like, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. So don't worry, that's part of the process. The part of the process is just to get some output and then to refine your original prompt here based on what additional things that you need, for example. So based on my instructions, I'm like, man, I can add some more things to the instructions to get a much better article, for example. Now, I went back and forth, and this is the process. Basically, you're like, remember our first test is it 80% good enough? Which is no, doesn't meet that first criteria. So this wasn't 80% good enough. So that means I need to go back to my original prompt, click on the pencil icon, and continue to add more instructions to my prompt to get exactly what I'm looking for. Now I went back and forth through like 4 revisions, and then finally this is what I landed on. I added, I want 5 paragraphs because it was too short, basically, to give me an output. And then I also wanted to read the website in the context because it didn't read the website. So explicitly giving it instruction. Then it was very verbose. So I was like, you know what? You need to translate it for an average Joe. Awesome. Went back and forth. And then I was like, no, you know what? Those paragraphs are reading like a Wikipedia article. So I went back and added an additional instruction to say, hey, write each paragraph using the point story metaphor framework, which is actually a really good writing framework to teach anyone a new concept. You have to teach them in a point story metaphor framework. Since we're here, since you guys are awesome, I want you guys to just learn about this too. If you're ever teaching anything, trying to introduce a new concept, you always want to teach it using a point story metaphor. It really helps like drive the point home. There's a lot of I got that from pastors. That's whenever they give their speeches and stuff like that, they would use this framework. Very powerful. So I went back and forth. I remember trying to reach that first criteria of 80% good enough. And then I would click send. And then I finally got a really good output that I liked. I was like, oh man, we got our 5 paragraphs. It's translated for average Joe. It went and read the website. It used a point story metaphor. And then it even ended with a call to action to a free trial. Awesome. So it met all my criteria. This is way better than the first version that is spit out. But I went through 5 revisions to go back and forth, trying to continuously edit my message and just add more instructions until I landed on all these instructions, because you'll never get it right off the bat. That's the whole thing with like programmers. All programmers write buggy code, but they always go back and they fill in the blank with what was missing based on what was the output to get closer to the end goal of what you're looking for. I'm like, now this reaches my first criteria of, is it 80% good enough? I'm like, yeah, I could work with this. This is enough. So then I'm going to take this And remember, and copy this and paste it into my digital notebook so I can make final tweaks and then go ahead and post this as a blog article. I would never, and I don't recommend, remember, never just copy paste and paste this into your final project and be done. You still have to be the human, for example, and you still have to work or edit this into your Word, your text editor, to humanize it basically, and then it's ready to ship, for example. Let's take a look at another example. Here we have another example. So remember, we've got a role. So you are a marketing specialist for an online clothing store for young adults. So the role, also the context, really helps. The next part is the task. Your task is to write an email campaign to promote our summer sale. Awesome. We give it just a little placeholder for our instructions, and then also a placeholder for our context, for example, which are our next parts down here. So here's the list of instructions. Use engaging and youthful tones. Highlight the discount and limited time offers. Awesome. And then include a clear call to action to visit the store. You would add all the details right here of what you want as the output. Here's the context, the information that's specific to your business or your task or the thing that you're working on. Or like based on our business, we have our annual summer sale. We have discounts up to 50% off. We're doing special offers. I want a unique selling point. And then also here's our website URL, for example. And then we're going to end with the final command that says, now write the email campaign. So it has all our parts. So let's go ahead and submit this. Now we have a much better prompt that came out. Instead of going back and forth and through a lot of chats and being very short, this was enough information for ChatGPT to write a really good, remember, 80% good enough? We're like, yeah, 80% good enough. This is awesome. I can now copy this and then put this into my text editor or email and then do some final tweaking and then send it off. Now, don't feel bad if the first time you do this, especially for your task or project, that ChatGPT doesn't output exactly what you're looking for. Remember, part of programming is mostly going back and debugging the code, writing additional explicit information so that the output gets closer to exactly the goal that you're working towards. So remember, so if I wrote this and if ChatGPT was missing something, I'm like, nah, I need a better call to action, honestly. So I would always go back to my original prompt. I would click the pencil icon and I would add a clear call to action to visit an online store and call us today, for example. And then I would click send, and then it outputs, gets a much better information. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I really want a call to action for them to call us today to get the promotion. That sounds great. So this is now 80% good enough. So I'm going to copy this and then put this into my digital notebook. And then from there, make any tweaks to humanize it. And then I'll ship it as the final project, for example. So now let's take a look at an advanced example. All right, we're about to get super advanced now. So this is a whole nother level. Okay, so we have our prompt. Remember, let's break it down. So we have our role. You are a customer support representative for a company that sells speakers. It's got its role, job title, persona, and the context of who would accomplish this task in your business, basically. Awesome. This is our task. Your task is to respond to a customer's inquiry about how to adjust the bass and treble on the speaker device strictly, and then, so that's the task. And then here we have our placeholder, strictly following the instructions below. So this is going to allow us to continuously add more information so that we get closer to the output that we want. And then lastly, here's the next thing. The context is a PDF file. It's not on a website, so we downloaded the PDF guide. This is like if your company had custom instructions, for example. And I have this instruction manual right here I just found on the web. Let's say this is the speaker, and somewhere on page 8, if we go there, this is what we're looking for to adjust the bass and treble. So the instructions and how to solve the instructions are in this PDF file. So the attached PDF file is saved on my computer. So let's attach that into this prompt. So I'm going to click on the paperclip icon. I'm going to click upload from computer. I'm going to click on the speaker manual. So now, instead, you can also remember in context, you could reference website links and stuff like that. But here we're going to say read the attached PDF manual and then answer the customer's question based on what's in the manual. And we're going to click send. It's going to read the manual and then it's going to give us instructions. Yep, that looks right. And we could double check it. We could say, hey, ChatGPT, did you make that up? Let's check it. What page did you find the answer? And it found it on page 8, which we could confirm. This page right here, adjust, and it's on page 8. So we know that it did read the PDF file, it did answer the question, and then it gave us the output of a nice email, and this is great, 80% good enough. But if it wasn't, if it was missing some things or a different tone or I wanted shorter or anything like that, I can go back, click on the pencil icon, add some additional instructions here, and then click send basically. So then finally you'll get 80% good enough, and then you would copy paste this into your digital notebook and then go and send off that email. Now it's time for you to practice. So here's the context. You're a social media manager for a local coffee shop. You want to create a post to promote a new seasonal drink, where our new pumpkin spice latte, sounds delicious, which is only available for the fall season. The goal is to attract customers to visit to the coffee shop and try the new drink. Here's our instructions. Use warm and inviting tone, highlight the limited time availability of the drink, and encourage the followers to visit the coffee shop and try it. Include a hashtag relevant to the promotion. So you're going to work through the 5 steps with this information to go and write your own prompt. You're going to define the role. Remember, social media manager. You're going to provide the broad context of the task. You want to create a post. So work through these 5 steps using this as the example, and then I'll go ahead and pause this video and write the prompt using that template, and then as an extra challenge, create an image for that post. So pause this video, go and try. Yours won't look exactly like mine, but I want you to practice and try it on your own, and then I'll show you in the next 5 seconds, once you click play, what mine look like, for example, so that you have something to reference off. So go ahead and pause the video and go practice right now. Great, welcome back. I'm glad you practiced that. I hope you did. So now I'm going to show you what mine looks like. So here's that prompt. You're a social media manager for a local coffee shop. Your task is to create a social media post to promote the new seasonal drink, pumpkin spice latte. Strictly following the instructions below. Remember, that's our placeholder based on the context provided. So here's our instructions. Here is our context, for example, and then there is our final prompt. Let's go into ChatGPT to see how this looks, for example. So now I'm in ChatGPT and I copy pasted. This is what I wrote, for example, for that prompt. So then I have my role right here. You're a social media manager for a local coffee shop. Awesome. We gave it our task. Perfect. And then we had our placeholder for instructions, and then our placeholder for the context. Perfect. So then we listed out our instructions. We listed out some context, for example. This will be additional information. And then we gave it our command. Perfect. This is what I got. And you know what? That meets 80%. Remember, it's just a social media post. So 80% good enough. Yep, this is great. Now for the next advanced level, I didn't teach you this, but I wanted to challenge you to see your problem solving skills, to see how you would solve this problem, because you already paid for ChatGPT 4.0, so natively you can talk with it to generate an image. So I created a prompt here. Generate an image of a pumpkin spice latte drink on the counter of a home kitchen that is warm and inviting to drink. Add a special star to say for a limited time only. This is purely subjective. Yours is going to be very basic, would be this. And then next level is, remember, you're always trying to be as explicit as possible, adding more information, especially when it comes to creating an image for it to generate. And this is what it created. Ooh, I'm super impressed. That is super cool. I would go and buy that. You know what? I'm going to go get me a drink right now. That is awesome. So thank you so much for listening to this lesson. Go ahead and practice some more. If you get this, this is super advanced as far as prompting. Most of your prompts won't, you're very basic and stuff. So this will take your prompts to the next level. So I'm so excited. Thank you for listening to this lesson, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson on microtasks. In this lesson, we're going to go over a digital task manager and why you need it to work productively in today's digital world. I'm going to show you an example of the McDonald's productivity system. I'm going to give you my ultimate productivity framework, which is my microtask framework, and then I'm going to go through some tasks and project examples in Notion so we can see how this works out. Let's begin. This lesson is really more about project management skills and is probably the most powerful lesson you'll watch outside of just AI tools, because honestly, the people who move mountains with ease are the ones who can manage tasks and large projects. Anyone can write prompts into ChatGPT or any AI tool and they could get an output pretty easy. But not everyone can manage large, complex tasks over time with very minimal effort and achieve exceptional results. Because in the digital world, your ability to manage large tasks like building a business, building a course, building a product, building a lead magnet, for example, generating sales, everything requires task and project management skills. That's going to allow you to work efficiently, not help you so you don't get burnt out, and then so that you can save more time working smarter, not harder. So that's the main thing from this lesson is we want to use a digital notebook to think on paper to manage all our tasks and projects so that we can do a large project using ChatGPT or any other AI tool, and then we can get large amounts of projects done that may take a week, 2 weeks, or something like that. Like writing a book is a large project. So with this framework, you'll be able to manage large projects super easily. You will need a digital task manager for this task or for this lesson. Now, Notion functions as two things. One, as your digital notebook, so it has all your notes for everything for both your personal life and for your business life all in one app. And Notion also acts as a task manager so that you can manage large amounts of tasks, schedule them on a calendar, and work on them efficiently every single day to move the needle in your business and in your life. Notion is like $10 a month for their annual plan. I think it's $12 a month for their monthly plan. Okay, it's not required. You can use Google Docs, but I'm going to tell you, you're going to have a very difficult time, and you won't. Google Docs aren't a task or project management tool. Yes, there's Evernote, and it can also function as your digital notebook, but none of them compare to Notion. Yes, Notion has a high learning curve, but we also have a full Notion deep dive course in this membership so that you can master Notion, because the people who can build a digital brain in Notion to manage both their documents and tasks, or documents and notes, and then also their tasks all in one app, those are the people that are moving mountains of work effortlessly. Everyone else is burnt out, juggling, has 48 tabs across their computer, and freaks out when they get a new task or project and can't prioritize or manage a large project, for example. This is a very powerful lesson. I highly recommend you invest the time and focus on this. So let's do an analogy. I love the movie The Founder. Talks about how McDonald's got started. What made McDonald's so valuable was systems. Think of creating, when a person orders a burger and fries, that's a project that is composed of many little tasks. Go assemble the burger, go get the fries, go put everything in the bag. Many little tasks that have to get completed in a very specific order efficiently so that they could churn out large volumes of burgers like quickly and easily and outcompete their competitors in volume, because their competitors didn't have a system, they were chaotic in their kitchen, and it took them a long time to complete a project or a task, for example. So that's what made McDonald's so valuable, is because of systems. And so on the left hand side, if you have to assemble a burger, other burger chains were like, oh, I got to go to the kitchen, I got to go to the stand over here, I got to go to this side, and they're running around in chaos, wasting time. Versus what McDonald's did was create systems, create stations, so everything they need to assemble that burger or to complete that task or project is right in front of them. So for example, right here, everything you see here, from the lettuce to the burger, the buns, even the packaging, all is within arm's reach, so that the employee doesn't have to go running chaos and trying to like juggle and freaks out where they can't find the fries and it's ran out and then they have to go and walk all the way to another place. The same thing is when you're working in a digital world. You have to go to a website, you have to go to get your notes, you have to go to another website to put in some information, you got to go to another AI tool to do some specific function. So learning this task management framework is the ultimate productivity hack. It's a system to allow you to manage small tasks into large projects and complete them effortlessly, where everything you need is right in front of you and not scattered across 48 tabs or buried within your notes, for example. All the details, everything is right in front of you. That's the main mindset for this. This is the micro task framework. This is everything you need. There are 3 parts so that you can accomplish any task that you're working on in the digital world efficiently and with very minimal effort, for example. So what is your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Are you writing a book? Are you creating a lead magnet? Are you creating a Facebook ad campaign, for example? What is the goal that you're working on? And then everything in the digital world requires you to go to many different websites. One website for ChatGPT, that one specific chat history that has that one conversation with the details, and then another website link that has a reference to a blog post, for example. And instead of having 48 tabs open and trying to click around to figure out where's that one tab that had that one website, oh, it's in my bookmarks, oh man, I can't find it, and you're wasting time trying to navigate. Right here's that link. You click on it. It has the context that you need. Also, the second thing is there may be some facts. It could be some special numbers, could be some special details related to this task that you have to remember. And it's important to put it here because then it's not stored in your brain. Because then you have to remember, oh, what was that special ID number for our ad account? I want to select the right one or else I'm going to get billed wrong. Oh, which account do I select? Or any facts. Save them here in bullet points. These are your resources. And then here, breaking down large projects into small steps allows you to easily work with the AI tools so that you could get a large project such as writing a book done easily, because people make the mistake of going to ChatGPT or Claude and saying, hey, write me a whole chapter about XYZ. That is too big of a task. You need to break your task down into micro tasks, small little steps that you could work on. So if I'm writing a Facebook ad, I'm going to work on the headline, I'm going to work on the call to action, I'm going to work on the offer, breaking it down to small steps. And that's how I'm going to get better responses from ChatGPT or any tool when I break my project down into very small tasks, for example, to work on. And then everything is saved here, which is great because it's not stored in my brain. And if I only get to step 1 and 2 on Friday, I could close my laptop and then I could come back on Monday and pick up exactly where I left off on step 3 with everything that I need, so that I'm not burnt out, I'm not stressed or overwhelmed. Everything I need is saved in my digital notebook. Let's take a look at an example of this. So I'm in Notion and I created my project management example, and I'm going to go through 2 examples to break this concept down. So right here, this is our framework. Remember, goal, resources, step 1, 2, 3. Awesome. So say you had the project of, man, I want to write a book using AI. That is a very large project that's going to take you weeks to work on, and there's lots of files, resources, notes. It's a very big process. So a lot of people get intimidated on this project or get burnt out, can't complete it, or it takes them months upon months, if not maybe a year, to complete a project like this. So it's because they don't have a task system and they're not breaking it down. So this is an example of a project where I need to write a book. And so again, I have my little task framework right here, where the first thing I need to do is research and create the outline. Awesome. There may be some websites that I want to reference. Okay, here's a link 1. If I click on it, it takes me to that website, for example, where there's that article or that other book inspiration. So I have my website 1, website 2. They're not saved in 48 tabs that I freak out if I close my browser, or I don't want to close my browser because then I'll lose all my tabs. It's right here where I need it. Everything I need to complete this task is right in front of me. And you take the 2 minutes that it takes to think of the whole thing out before you start working on the task. You have to write everything out from start to end for the entire project, because then then you do the next step of starting to work on each task. And the flow is you start from the top and you work your way down. So then we broke it down to step 1, 2, and 3. Step 1, I got to use ChatGPT and Claude to write the outline, but I want to compare results, see which one do I like the most. I'm going to use another tool, Otter, as a voice dictation one, so I could just brain dump all my notes into Otter. And then all those comments from, I'm referencing another book, for example. Cool, we finished that step. And then Otter's going to give me a text. It's going to translate my text or voice into text. So I'm going to take those notes and I'm going to put them in ChatGPT and have it clean it up. And then I'm going to save it as a PDF file so I could use it for the next step. So I'm like, awesome. So once I finish those, I'm like, boom, boom, boom. And then I'm working on the next task. And this is the process. So then next big thing I need to do, I need to create a custom GPT that's specifically for my writing, for example. There may be a link to a book, a PDF book that I want to add into this custom GPT. And then our 3 steps. I'm going to take my voice notes from the previous task and I'm going to upload them into my custom GPT. I'm going to write my custom prompt, for example. And then I'm going to upload PDF files of my previous books if I wrote them, for example, so that the GPT can understand my style. And then I could work on the next step. Okay, I need to focus on writing chapter 1. So then I'm like, oh, here's the link to that Otter voice notes because I don't want to go to Otter, log in, and scroll through all the conversations, through the history to try and find that one conversation that has the notes. It's all linked right here perfectly. Same thing with Notion. I may have a Notion resource file that has all the notes that I want for chapter 1 saved, so it's linked right here. So then when I need it, I could click on it and go to that one website, for example. Then I broke down all my steps, review notes, custom GPT, copy it into my notebook. I may need to go back to ChatGPT to fix the grammar. Then I'm going to export the rough draft and give it to another AI tool. Because again, you're not going to be using ChatGPT as the be-all, end-all of all the AI tools. Your productivity is going to depend on using 3 to 5 different AI tools and jumping between them efficiently to get a large project done. The people who depend on one tool and just think that, oh, I could just use ChatGPT and that's all I need. You won't be able to compete with people who are taking AI skills seriously. So you're going to be using multiple AI tools, and some tools are really good for specific tasks. Like this one is really good for checking for plagiarism. I'm not going to go to ChatGPT and say, can you detect plagiarism in that? No, I'm going to use another tool, for example. And then I'm going to work through each of the steps, and this repeats. It just repeats the same thing. We have our goal. We have our resources or links to different tools, ChatGPT, that one conversation history, Otter, that one conversation link. So I could close my laptop, close my browser, and then come back to this and pick up exactly where I left off, where I need to finish the projects. So then I'll work through, and that's the process basically. So let's take a look at another example. In business, you have to create lead magnets to attract leads so you can generate sales. So creating a lead magnet is a very big project, for example. So we're going to break it down, use the same framework. We have our goal. I need to research the competition. What's the lead magnets that my competitors are offering so I can offer something even better? Who are my competitors? Like, you should know who your competitors are in your industry. What are they doing? What are they offering? Does your price and offers match, or are they offering something better? So here's 3 links to those websites of my competition, for example. Then I may use another service for one time, like a fake email service, because part of one of my tasks is, I'm going to actually sign up with a fake email and download all those lead magnets so I can save those PDF files right here. Say this was a PDF file. You can't do this in Google Docs, which that's why Notion is so cool. Oh, here's that one PDF file from the competitor. Okay, it's saved here. It's not saved on my computer that I got to go through my documents somewhere on my computer and folders on folders to try and find it. No, remember the McDonald's example. Everything I need to complete the task is right in front of me. I don't have to click anywhere, go to any buried folder or buried bookmark, for example. So then I'm going to just continue completing my task, for example. And then this just repeats, for example. Again, there may be other services, like I may use Night Cafe for creating images, Canva for creating the PDF file or the actual lead magnet. Oh, I really like the website, the copy they use on this website. I want to reference that. Awesome. then here's that one lead magnet that I'm like, okay, of all the ones that I liked, this one was the best one. And then you have your process. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, everything I thought out logically what I need to do. So I could just go into autopilot mode and just focus on each task. Once that's done, boom, I could drop it and focus on the next task. Boom, focus. And then if I get distracted, I get a call, family emergency, whatever, and I just have to stop what I'm doing and then leave for like a day or two, I could come back and easily know, oh yeah, I'm creating a lead magnet, pick up exactly where I left off. Oh yeah, I did this. Oh, okay, cool. I need to export a PDF. For example, just like creating this course, well, that's a huge project that's going to take weeks. I got to like write all the notes. I got to create the slides. I got to record the episodes. I have to edit the episodes. I have to upload them. And I have to track this large project of many lessons and focus on one thing at a time. And I use Notion to accomplish that using this exact framework so that I can pick up exactly where I need to, where I left off, get the work done, and then just focus on deep work. So that's this project management template. So now let's do a task. I'm going to have you create your own project, for example. It's going to be real fun. Using your digital task manager, Notion, Google Docs, whatever you're comfortable with, highly recommend Notion. Plan a trip to your favorite destination. You're going to create 3 little tasks. That one for researching places, one for preparing for the trip, and one for going on the trip checklist. And then you're going to add some website links. Let me show you an example. So here's an example of planning a trip using the same framework that you could copy if you want to. They don't have to be exact as far as like all this detail and stuff, but practice planning your own trip using this framework. It's going to be helpful for when you get into larger projects like writing a book or creating a course or selling a product, for example. So here I'm going to do, remember stage 1, researching places. So that's the goal. There may be some facts like, oh, I only have $1,000 budget. My time frame is June 26th to August 2nd. See how handy this is for me trying to remember all this details in my head. Forget it. I get burnt out. I would freak out. Basically, I would miss the dates. I would get buried. It basically would waste so much time trying to book a trip. But here, using this process, I could book a trip quick, fast, efficiently without having to do much effort. And then 3 steps. Oh, I should brainstorm. I should probably pick the one that's best, that matches my criteria. And then I'll check some prices and make sure everything fits. I'm like, okay, cool. I did that, found my place. Cool. Now I've got to get ready and prepare for my trip. Here's my ticket number, my departure date. Driving traffic is 1.5 hours, so I got to make sure I leave by 8:30. Awesome. So I thought of all of this before. So instead of not freaking out and did we get this? Did we forget something? Everything using this process becomes effortlessly. So I got to buy the airline, then I'll buy the hotel, then I'll pack all the things I need to pack. Boom, 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 boom. I got to go get cash from the bank. Awesome. And then continue. And then when I go on the trip, oh yeah, where are the details when we get there? Oh, I booked a scuba lesson at this place. Awesome. And then here's the website link. And when you do website links, just copy the URL. You could right click, copy. I recommend Command C. And whatever the text is, just highlight. I'm just going to remove this. Cool. Just highlight. And if you paste, it turns it into a hyperlink so that you click on it and you could go straight there. And that way you could put text as context so you know what this website and why it's important. Like, oh, I got the Hilton Hotel. Great. It's at this address. And if I click on it, awesome. It'll take me exactly where I need for that address there. Cool. I don't have to go and search and it's on a tab. We need to drop off our luggage at the hotel at 3 p.m. Awesome. Here's dinner at the restaurant. Awesome. And then we're going dancing at Alberto's nightclub. I'm excited for this trip. And that is task management using microtasks to accomplish any task or project for your personal life or especially for business, regardless of any AI tool. Because now when you go to use the AI tools, you could jump around between different AI tools, save all your notes, and accomplish the tasks that you're working on super efficiently. So go ahead in your digital notebook, create a task for a trip to your favorite destination. That ends this lesson, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the web browsing feature in ChatGPT. Specifically, we're going to go over understanding ChatGPT's web browsing versus traditional web browsing, action keywords to trigger a web search in ChatGPT, If the user provides a URL for targeted searches, we'll do some use cases for that. We'll demonstrate other AI tools such as Perplexity and see the differences. And lastly, I'll show you other search engines outside of Google so that you could get more search results. Let's begin. In this lesson, we're going to talk about ChatGPT versus traditional web browsing. So the first question we want to answer is does the ChatGPT feature replace web browsing? Can you just go to and rely on whatever ChatGPT says as using its search results? And the short answer is no. It is a very shortcut, limited tool that has the ability to search a very limited, small, tiny set of web pages, barely any search results, and then also even to analyze them and give you a good answer is not going to be a replacement for traditional search resulting. So let's understand the limitations. So number one is the access method. ChatGPT has indirect access where a Google search result has the ability to search all the web searches or most of them, for example. If it's viewing content, it has a very limited view of how much content that it could consume. So it can only provide very brief summaries, about 100 words of looking at a website or search results. The information presented on traditional websites, you can see everything, all the information in full view. ChatGPT just kind of synthesizes and summarizes just a very short amount. ChatGPT also has very limited control over navigating the different websites. You also can't check its sources on where did it get its answers so that you could double check them. It's not the best, for example. ChatGPT cannot interact with the websites or the elements on a website, such as clicking buttons or reading forms, for example. For the speed and transparency, ChatGPT is definitely slower and the sources aren't always clear, versus traditional website is super fast and you see all the sources for you to review. ChatGPT doesn't accurately read all the information on the website. It's a very small, short feature that it uses, and so that you will get missing information or that it may even hallucinate for some of the answers. So you definitely don't want to rely on it for accuracy, for example. And then lastly, for the accessibility, some websites may have some pop-up blockers or some paywalls, for example. So ChatGPT has restricted access to not all websites, especially if they have login forms, for example. It can't access any of those. So in short, ChatGPT is great to just feed it a website or do a very brief search, especially for updated information that's such as like what's the weather in San Francisco. That information requires a web search versus it's not in its training data. But know that it's going to be very limited in its ability to answer it and then provide you a pretty accurate response, for example. So it does not replace traditional web browsing, for example. Here are action keywords to trigger the web search feature in ChatGPT. So definitely you have to be on ChatGPT 4 or 4.0 model to enable this feature automatically. It's not in the 3.5 model or the free version. So ChatGPT, you can say search. Can you search for a website using the latest trends in digital marketing? Please find information online about the top e-commerce platforms for small businesses. Locate the best practices for social media advertising in 2024. Discover the newest tools for automating customer service. Explore current strategies for increasing online search traffic. Seek out the most effective SEO techniques used by successful entrepreneurs. Browse the articles on improving user experience on e-commerce websites. Scan the website for reviews on the best inventory management software. Query online sources for recent studies on consumer behavior. And retrieve data on the latest mobile payment solutions for businesses. Let's try out some of these in ChatGPT. So in ChatGPT, start a new conversation, and I'm going to say, can you search the web for the latest trends in digital marketing? Then we can see it's searching the trend, and you know that it's searched the web by having this little module right here, this little feature saying, oh yes, it searched 6 websites, and based on those websites, let's let it finish its answer. It now provides sources, but always still want to check the sources that it gets because it still will hallucinate because it has a very limited context window of how much information it can consume and digest. So here, if we click that down arrow, we can see exactly what websites it got this information from. We could click on any one of these. Awesome. It uses Bing to search the web. and doesn't search the entire, like all pages. It's barely the first page, if that, for example. And then we can see, oh, here's an answer, and then it even cited where did it get that answer. So we could click on that. Wonderful. So here's a great way to get some search results summarized and with references to quickly answer a question such as, can you search the web for the latest trends in digital marketing? Let's try another one. Here in this next question, we're saying, discover the newest tools for automating customer service. We know that it did the search feature by the little down arrow right here. Also, to review the model you have to be in, so version 4 and 4.0 have natively built into it the ability to search the web. ChatGPT 3.5 and the free plan does not have this ability. So here we can see that discover the newest tools for automating customer service. Awesome. And then we could click the little search 6 sites so we can see where did it search and get its answers from. So we got Bing, this website, this website, this website. Awesome. We could click on any one of these and it will open up in a new tab that website it got the answer from. Awesome. And then we can see here not only a summary for the answer, but it will also show us where it got that answer, for example. So to summarize, you can natively search or enable the search feature by using those keywords such as discover, find, locate, explore, seek, browse. This will natively enable the search feature when you're on version 4 or 4.0, and then it will search 6 websites and then summarize them and then provide the answer or provides the source of where it got that answer, for example. Next, we're going to say the user, you actually provide a website and a prompt for ChatGPT to do something with that website, for example, instead of doing a search result. So say, for example, these are some business use cases such as researching competitors. Can you go to, and you would insert the competitor's website right here and analyze their product and pricing and features? Another one, analyze reviews. Analyze customer reviews on this website to find out what customers like, what they don't like, and provide insights on how we could compete effectively. You could do product comparisons. Visit this website, this competitor's website URL, and give me a detailed breakdown of the product offering and pricing strategy compared to our product. SEO, go to this competitor's website and provide an SEO keyword list of their website. That's really handy. Market analysis, visit this website and provide us an overview of their marketing strategy. Who is their ideal customer? Writing style, especially if we're writing a blog and you want to write a similar blog in that same style, for example, visit this specific blog article and analyze the writing style. That way you could feed that writing style into a prompt, like an advanced prompt, and then write a new blog using that same writing style. For example, if it was helpful or technical or casual, anything like that. Lastly, marketing strategy. Visit the competitor's website, insert their website here, and compare our product services versus theirs and provide a summary of how we compete. Let's try some of these in ChatGPT. Now that we're in ChatGPT, I'm going to use the first one as an example. It says here, can you go to competitor's website URL and analyze their product, pricing, and feature? Now these are very basic, just roughly overview, but using your beginner prompting techniques and also advanced prompting techniques to always provide more context. So I took that same prompt and I enhanced it using my prompting skills to say, give it more context. We are a digital marketing agency that provides a done-for-you website and ads only as a package for our customers. Can you go to our competitor's website, and I inserted a website link right here, and analyze their product pricing and features? So we're going to submit this. Here's a great example where ChatGPT was unable to access the information from our competitor's website. Here's a way to get around it, for example. So we're going to go take the copy from the website. So we're going to go and just highlight the entire website, just select and drag all the way down. So I'm going to just click here and then drag my mouse all the way down, holding. Perfect, that's about good enough there. I'm going to click Command C to copy. And then here, I'm going to edit my original prompt by clicking on the pencil icon. And then I'm going to remove the command here of can you go to our competitor's website? And I'm just going to say, here is copy from our competitor's website. And then I'm going to do parentheses, open and close parentheses. Now the command here, and analyze their product pricing and features. And I'm going to paste that website copy in between those parentheses. Perfect. So it's there. And there it is. It starts here. There's all the website copy, paste here, and there's our command. So now I'm going to click send. And now we're going to get around having to access their website feature, because not all website feature, remember, ChatGPT is very limited as far as what it could do, but this is a great way to get around it. So then, based on our prompt, it said, okay, analyze and provide a copy for our website, our competitor's website, and here's a breakdown of their services. We only do website and ads. They're doing sales funnel, they're doing lead generation, they're doing email marketing. Maybe that's how we can add an additional product or services so that we could compete with them, for example. In the next example, we're going to try the next prompt right here that says, go to competitor's website and provide an SEO keyword list of their website, for example. Now, when I tried this originally, I was getting some errors, and then I realized I was not on version 4.0. I was on version 4. So you definitely want to be on version 4.0 if you ever get an error message that's like, hey, can't access the website feature, something like that. Always make sure you're on the right model. So I said, hey, go to this competitor's website and provide SEO keyword list of their website. So we could confirm, yes, it did search the website by this little feature right here. Great. And then here's a list of SEO keywords and phrases from that website that we can use to create marketing copy or to create Google ads so that we can compete with that competitor. Great. In this next example, we're going to actually show a much better AI tool that's used and designed for searching websites, for example, and providing much better answers than ChatGPT. Because remember, here's the main concept. ChatGPT isn't the be-all, end-all of all tools. Plus, you as a professional, you're not going to be solely relying on one AI tool like ChatGPT to become an AI master, or even to just become a professional using AI skills. The real skill set is being able to use other AI tools that are specifically designed for a specific task that you're working on. So that's where it's like ChatGPT tries to do many different features like search the web, create images, but know that there are much better tools out there that are specifically designed for that specific task that the user is trying to accomplish and provides a better result. So your goal pretty much is to master the best AI tools, and then collectively, there's somewhere we're seeing professionals or departments like marketing teams do 5 to 7 different AI tools in their day-to-day life. So that's where it's like ChatGPT is just the first step, and we're going to have additional courses such as a full perplexity demo, because we want you to be fully skilled in many different AI tools so that you get much better quality outputs. So let's try perplexity. I'm logged into a free Perplexity account. The only difference between free and paid is paid gets you a lot more pro search results at the end of the day. And then we have a whole course that goes much deeper into all the features that Perplexity offers. This is just to give you a difference between using ChatGPT as some of its web features, but then if it's not giving you the answer results that you're looking for, to adopt other tools for that specific task, such as searching the web and getting an answer. Perplexity has the ability to focus or to search specific databases, such as academic papers, Reddit posts, YouTube videos, or if you have a math question, Wolfram Alpha, or for writing, for example. But we're just going to do the general search the entire internet. There's a caveat with that. It's not the entire internet, but it's most of the popular websites, for example. So I'm going to click this question here, search this question, what are the top AI tools for marketers? And we can see here it outputs first the sources of where did it get that answer. Second, what it did was it scraped the information from these websites, then gave that information plus your prompt to an AI model such as ChatGPT or Claude, for example, and then it asked it to answer it, which is here. This is an AI answer. And then it answers the user, and then it lastly provides citations. When you hover over these little numbers, citations, where did it get that information from? Now, I'm always going to caveat, don't trust any information that an AI model generates. They hallucinate, they make up information. Sometimes they can't scrape the entire website for whatever reason. So you still want to do your due diligence to double check the information. But this is just a quick, handy, easy way to get a search result and an answer to your question, for example, where that the answer may not be in the training data because ChatGPT, by its nature, it's created using some fixed amount of training data, and then that training data has a cutoff date, so it's not updated in real time, for example. So that's where these tools like Perplexity come in to solve two problems: one, that knowledge cutoff date, and then two, to cut down on hallucination, which means the models will make up information if it's not provided, because these are basically, there's no thinking, there's no reasoning behind any of these, there's no memory. Basically, all these AI models just statistically predict what is the next likely word based on your prompt and its training data. So that's what these things are, basically. So knowing that, you can know its limitations to still be a professional, still be skeptical, and still have the critical thinking skills to do additional research outside of these. So we can see here it gave it an answer. We can also go down to here to rewrite. And if we like other models like Claude 3.5, which is the latest one, and how that model writes, you could change the answer and it will change it. But I'm not on the paid plan, I'm only on the free plan. So the main thing is, like, you could change the models, you get more pro search results, for example. But the free plan is just enough to get started, for example. On the right hand side, you have search images, and it will show you some images right here. And then you can also search videos. It will search some videos from YouTube based on your search query. And then lastly, on the pro version, it will have the ability to generate images based on your query all in one. But again, a lot of these tools will try and do many different features, such as searching the web, creating images, summarizing text. But you want the main mindset to have is there's a specific AI tool that's the best one. And you want to use that the best AI tool for the specific task that you're working on. Just to quickly show you, this is just a quick slide to just show you like what are some of the tools that are out there for not just searching the web, but depending on the task, such as creating images, checking for plagiarism, humanizing text, creating a custom GPT bot, or searching the web, for example. Here, there's an AI tool that's specific and tailored to that task, that if you learn that tool, you'll get a much better, higher quality answer. But you'll see that a lot of these tools like ChatGPT, they try and add additional features such as creating images, but an image coming out of ChatGPT pales in comparison when when you create an image using Midjourney or Night Cafe, for example. So I just want to share this. Lastly, I want to introduce you to other search engines that search the web, for example, because Google will tailor its responses based on your user profile that you're logged into, or based on your locale, your geography, for example. So your Google search results are completely different to someone else's in another region, or if they have a different profile, for example. So that's where the real skill set of being a researcher online is being able to use multiple search engines to gather information from multiple sources, from mainstream sources, from non-mainstream sources, from independent journalists, from WordPress websites, so that you could compile all that together in your digital notebook and then feed that information into an AI model, ChatGPT or something like that, to get a much better answer, or to help you with, if you're writing a book, if you're researching a blog, for example, or you're looking at competitors' websites and stuff like that. These are other search engines out there. Each one is a little bit different. And so play with each one so you can get a feel for it. Like on my phone, I don't use Google or Chrome on my phone when I'm searching. I have an iOS phone, and so I actually have the Brave app, which I find it gives me a much better privacy-focused search results. I get much better outside mainstream news, for example. There's traditional DuckDuckGo, for example. You is a new one that came out, which provides additional information. We just did a demo of Perplexity. There's the other ones that are QWANT, Quant, for example, because there's always filter bubbles depending on some of the mainstream ones like Bing, like Google, for example. They all have filter bubbles based on your persona online, basically. And then even this one's another one, Yandex, which is a search engine in Russia, for example. But using a variety of tools is going to give you more of a scope of the ability to search information on the web, because Google is even archiving and not showing certain websites, especially independent journalist websites, for example. So your scope of the internet is very limited if you just use one search engine. And again, I'm always going to caveat this: do not trust any information that comes out from any of these AI models. You still have to do the research offline, or not offline, online, with using other search engines and other databases to get a whole different, to get a full scope of the information that's out there on the internet, so that you can get a much better quality output in what you're trying to search for. Lastly, we have some tasks for you to practice with. So four things I want you to try. Number one, I want you to go and use some action keywords to trigger web search, such as search the web for, or ask it a question that, like, what's the weather in San Francisco, or something specific to your business or industry, for example, using some of those action keywords. And then you know how to know when ChatGPT 4.0 enabled the search feature, for example. And then next one, provide a URL of a competitor's website and ask to compare their product or service against yours. And you could go on Google and just search for something service near me, or these top 5 products, for example. Like if there's like attorneys, top 5 attorneys near me, or top dentists near me, or something like that. And then you know how to get around, if ChatGPT can't read their competitor's website, you know how to get around that by copying the information on that landing page and pasting it into your prompt, for example. Use your advanced and beginner and advanced prompting skills to really add the most information so you can get a really good quality answer, for example. And then go ahead and play. I would create an account with Perplexity AI. It's completely for free. We're going to be using it later on in future courses, in a deep dive on that tool. And so I want you to just ask a question in Perplexity so that you can start to see the difference, how Perplexity is very helpful in your day-to-day workflow for searching for questions. I have the Perplexity app on my phone as well too, so if I'm on the go, I have ChatGPT and Perplexity to quickly either ask a question or search the web. And then if I want real web searches, I use the Brave browser, for example, on my phone, for example. And then also try some of the other web searching tools. Try Brave, try the QWANT, try u.com, try DuckDuckGo. Ask the same question into about 3 different search engines and see the difference between the filter bubble, where some provide some websites that others do not index, so you could get a full scope. So go ahead and try these tasks, and that's the end of this lesson. Thank you so much for learning, and I will see you in the next lesson. I hope you're enjoying the ChatGPT course. To go further, join the Entrepreneur AI Accelerator for twice a week virtual meetups, weekly AI updates, personalized support, and access to a community of ambitious entrepreneurs. Click the link below for a free 30-day trial. And now back to the course. Welcome to this lesson on image generation in ChatGPT. In this lesson, we're going to go over system limitations when creating images, business examples. We'll go through an image prompting structure, a framework that you can use. We'll do some additional image modifiers to get some more enhanced images out. And then lastly, I'll show you how to modify images. Let's begin. Let's first talk about system limitations with image generation. So there are constraints when you're using them. There's resolution limits. Usually it's like 1024 by 1024. You could do different aspect ratios, square, thumbnail, or square, landscape, for example. There is content restrictions, meaning that there are certain types of content, including explicit, violent, copyrighted material, cannot be generated, and especially things that are complex with scenes, lots of elements or characters. That's where the system kind of falls apart. So keep it simple, keep it clean, and it will work great. Next, usage constraints, the volume of it. There may be a limit on the number of images that can be generated within a specific time frame, but then after a few hours, it just resets and you're good to go. You can't do this on the free version. You can only do this on the paid version, and for the models 4 and 4.0 especially. Then for customization limits, it's very hard to finely tune specific elements in the photo, for example. So just keep it general with the character, the scene, the action that they're doing, for example. Those are the bigger knobs that you could change, but finer things like lighting and tone and stuff like that becomes much more difficult. Then there's some model limitations the AI might misinterpret, especially if there's too many things going on in your complex prompt, for example, too many characters, too many things to focus on. Most AI models have this challenge, which is called consistency. So if you're making a children's book and you want the same character to do different things in different scenes, for example, it may be very difficult for ChatGPT and other image generators to maintain the consistency of showing that same character with that same face, for example, across different scenes in a children's book, for example. Balancing the difference between realism and artistic interpretation might not always work out. It is an AI generator. It is trained on a specific photo library, for example. And so based on that training data, it may have a little it may be very difficult to get super realistic looking type of style, for example, or a very, very artistic style. There are other AI tools which we go through in this course, like Midjourney, for example, and there's also Night Cafe. So try your best to get an image out of ChatGPT, and then if not, doesn't work out, then you could try your same prompt in other tools such as Midjourney and Night Cafe. Let's talk about some business examples, 6 business examples here. So one is to showcase a product and that you're advertising, for example. And you can see here the prompt, a stylish young woman wearing a new season dress from our collection, standing on the city street with a fashionable background. Looks pretty nice in one shot. This is what it came out. Pretty cool. Next, for your social media content, say you're a company that sells living room furniture and you want to create a cozy living room with our brand's new furniture set and a family enjoying quality time together. So social media content to showcase a physical product. This is awesome. Then we get a lot of blog writers and people creating content, for example. So if you're writing an article about a chair, for example, that's ergonomic, here's one that goes, a professional workspace with our ergonomic office chairs and desks showing a person working comfortably. Very nice. 3 more examples. So if you're doing email marketing, very easy to create an image so that you can create more engagement from your email marketing. So here we're showcasing a happy customer using our new kitchen appliance while preparing a meal. Very nice. If you're an author and you want to write a book, for example, it could create a mock-up of the book cover, which makes it very visually appealing. So here we have a book cover for a new thriller story of a haunted house in the woods and 3 adults venturing towards it at night with flashlights and the style of Stephen King. Lastly is product promotion, for example. So say we're a small business that sells these beautiful looking backpacks, for example. We want to showcase it out in the wilderness with people having fun using it. So here's one, a promotional image for adventurous backpacks featuring a hiker with a comfortable, well-designed backpack. The scene is lively and adventurous with the group walking along a scenic path, showing the durability and style of the backpack. The hiker's backpack stands out, highlighting its features and benefits for outdoor enthusiasts. Very nice. You could get very, very descriptive. The more descriptive you are with the prompt, the better prompt you're going to get out. Looking across the different departments or different roles and purposes in your business, from marketing, sales, product development, customer service, training, e-commerce, event planning, even creating content, these are just some more image prompts to give you some more ideas of how marketing could use it to showcase a new product. A sales example is a sleek and modern showroom displaying your top selling cars with customers exploring these features. And then you can use these products or these images on your website and your social media. There is a whole caveat where now we're getting into the trend where Instagram, I know, will automatically tag your image as artificially generated. Other sites will require you to tag the image as artificially generated, for example. So just a little caveat there. But you could definitely put it on your website and your email marketing, promotion, and campaigns, for example. And all the way down to even content creation, a cozy home office setup with a laptop, office mug, and our branded stationery. Very cool. Let's actually go through the next thing of how do you create a prompt for generating images. This is what I recommend for the image prompting structure. There are 4 main elements to describe in your prompt for ChatGPT to know roughly what are you looking for as your first image, and then you can modify it and tweak it from there. So let's start off with the framework is a image type of a main subject in a background scene with some composition style. So here you could pretty much, it's almost like a little game, take one word from each of these columns to put together a photo of a product in a kitchen with natural lighting, for example. And then you could mix and match any one of these. Let's go into ChatGPT and let's do some examples of these. We're in ChatGPT and here's an example of a prompt. Create an image of a brochure image of a new product line in a modern office, clean and crisp, shown top down looking at the desk, and the brochure taking up most of the frame showing the product. So here it took a couple revisions and we can see, of course, you can see ChatGPT still is not perfect, especially when it comes to fine details, and especially with when it comes to generating text. But if this was just to inspire a mock-up that I would send to a graphic illustrator to eventually create a very nicely image like this in Canva, for example, this is a great way that I could go, great, this is what I'm looking for, send it off to my graphic illustrator who will use Canva to make a really, really nice, clean image. So again, this isn't really, again, there's always limitations with these tools. They're meant to just get a rough idea for what you're looking for, but they're not perfect. So that's why I like to show these, because look, you're not going to get super perfect keyboard each one. I even had to do a couple prompts to change this and add more detail. So they're always going to be missing some detail along the way, especially when it comes to generating text. But no, this is a great way to start from a blank page to inspiration, and then you can start working from here in a better graphic design tool like Canva, for example. Here's our next image example. Create an image of a product shot of our smartwatch in a trade show booth. Make it very professional. Now this is also to show the details are not going to come out the best with ChatGPT, for example. Most of the other ones have much better image generation, especially we just want to be very, very descriptive, especially with your prompts. Add more detail, whatever it outputs. The main thing what you want to do is if it's not 80% there or good enough, you can go back to the pencil icon and add more context, more specificity to what you're looking for. But again, there are limitations to the details and what it can generate, and ChatGPT isn't really the best image generation tool. There are better ones out there, but for a quick mock-up that I could then send this off to, again, a professional to actually make a nice image, great, I could get started from there. Mostly what you're going to be doing is constantly going back and forth trying to refine your prompt, refine your prompt, refine your prompt. Images are just, they're not always perfect, so we still have a long way to go. But yes, continuously add more context, add more detail, and then you'll get a much better image after a couple of revisions after you keep working with it. Let's talk about image modifiers. So again, the more detail that you add, or the more words and the more description that you add to your prompt, the better the image is going to be. You saw the last one, for example, like the backpack one. It's a huge prompt, a promotion image, and do. So again, the more descriptive that you are with your image, the better the prompt is going to be, for example. Now here, these are image modifiers. You have the mood, stunning, elegant, radiant, delicate. You have position, is it on the wall, off the wall? How describe what the object or character is doing. How's the lighting? Is it warm, natural, cold lighting? Describe the detail. Is it realistic? Is it intricate? Is it highly detailed? But again, caveat, especially when you get to complex types of descriptions and images, ChatGPT can only do so much. You kind of have to give ChatGPT a break. It doesn't do detail or realistic that well. So let's keep it less complex for these models, and then you'll get a really good image. And then what's the angle of the camera? Is it a portrait, close-up, headshot, mid-shot, three-quarter shot? This gets into like filmmaking, which shots was just kind of funny. Let's try some of these examples in ChatGPT. So we're in ChatGPT, and notice how descriptive this prompt is, and we got a much better, higher quality image. Now I used this prompt in a couple examples to test it before, and the image always looks different. So that's the thing with continuity is every time you may use the same prompt in a brand new chat and change nothing in the prompt, but the image will look completely different. So know that if you like what ChatGPT generates, download or save it. Definitely save it to your digital notebook because it becomes very hard to get continuity across different images, even if you use the exact same prompt. But here, this looks really great, especially with the detail and stuff like that. As far as the first shot, this is awesome. If you want to download the image and you like it, in the upper right hand corner, there's a download button. And when you click on that, it will download. Notice that the file type is a .webp. It's a web type of format. So you could convert that using Canva to a JPEG or a PNG, or to resize it, for example. So I would take whatever this image is, throw it in Canva, and you could resize it, change it up a little, add some more text, and that's going to be the next thing. Here's our last example. Create an image of a photo of a sales representative presenting a new car model in a showroom with warm lighting, mid-range, and radiant. And this is what we got. Now you have two options here to modify the image. First off, if the image is totally not close to what you're looking for, go back to the original message, click edit, and continue to add more descriptions here until you get roughly 80% what you're looking for. But if you're like, yeah, I kind of like this style, but instead of a man, I want a woman, for example, well, then you could continue to chat with it and say, change the image from a man to a woman, and it will re-render a completely different image, but similar style, and it actually just modifies your prompt. So this is, you can see how hard it is for it to get continuity across one image to another. So even taking the same image, it changes it. So just be aware of that. That's just a consistency challenge that all these image models have. Just know that there are other image generation tools that are much better at taking your existing prompt and then doing continuity across multiple images with the same style of character. But set your expectations though, especially when it comes to consistency. The tools just aren't there, honestly. Now, to demonstrate how to modify existing images, I'm going to pick a really cute example right here. Draw an image of a cartoon Dachshund dog on a grass hill smiling at the camera, for example. Great, it gave us our image. Now we want to modify this image and put on sunglasses on the dog. To do that, go ahead and click on the image. It's going to open it up in a little like photo editor mode. And then in the upper right hand corner, there is a select paintbrush right here. So if you click on that, I'm going to brush over the entire dog's head. Sometimes if it doesn't work out, just increase the brush size as far as like selecting more of the area. So then over here in my prompt, it says, hey, do something with this edit section right here. And I'm going to say add Ray-Ban sunglasses and click the little arrow so it updates the prompt. What ChatGPT is going to do is it's going to modify the selected section that you did. And now I added sunglasses to the dog, which looks pretty cool. So that's image modifiers. To modify the image, you can just select, highlight the area that you want to modify, and then give it a prompt, and it will modify that area. And then if I like the dog, I could download it to save it to my computer by clicking this. Remember, it saves it as a specific file, WEBP file, which you can convert to a JPEG or image, especially using Canva. Very easy. And then if I want to know what the prompt is for this, if I click on the little eye symbol, it will show me what the prompt is. For example, a cartoon Dachshund dog standing on a grassy hill, smiling at the camera while wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses. The scene is bright and cheerful, with the dog having a playful and happy expression. The grassy hill is lush and green. You see how descriptive this is? And if I'm like, yeah, I like this and I want to use it again, I'm going to click copy. But just know you could have the same prompt and put it in ChatGPT and it could still generate a completely different image. So that's just something, a nuance or challenge with these models. I wanted to add this slide which shows the top 10 better AI image generator tools because yes, ChatGPT does have the ability to create images using its DALL-E 3 model, but whenever an app, regardless of just AI, just in business cases and center in general, whenever a tool tries to do more than one feature, it usually does other features pretty mediocrely. And so it's like that's why I really like to focus on one tool that's really designed for accomplishing one specific task, and then stringing the best tools together to accomplish bigger projects. So ChatGPT isn't the only one that creates images. There are 10 other ones here. There's probably many more that are coming out as well too. But I want to go just through my top 3. Highly recommend Midjourney. We are going to be having a Midjourney course, full in-depth course of how to create images using Midjourney in this membership. So that's coming soon. The other ones are Night Cafe. And let's take a look at some of these real quick. On the first pick, I get a lot of feedback that people love playing with Night Cafe. Night Cafe is completely free to use and to create works. I don't know about the commerciality about them, being able to license them for commercial license use, because understand fundamentally, all of the images that were used to train in the training data for any of these models was stolen. So it's a really weird thing when we get into ethics and stuff like that, that understand just all of these models are trained on artist stolen work. It's incredibly sad. But this is a incredibly free one. I get a lot of people using this one, and you could create some amazing, look at some of these amazing works, to storyboard, to create a small children's book, to create some beautiful designs. For example, we can see here free to use, and then you can see you get access to a couple different models such as Stable Diffusion. There's Dolly 3 and other ones. Very interesting. Let's take a look at another one, Midjourney. This is the one I've played with the most. I really love Midjourney. Once you get there's a whole different prompting skill set that goes into these types of AI tools. You can't just take basic prompts and then throw them into these things. There's a whole different style of prompting, especially with Midjourney. When it first came out in January, I created my own short story because I wanted to push the limits of what's capable. And so this was a very short story, a science fiction book that I created called The Sacrifice of the Sea. I used ChatGPT to write the storyline, and then I animated it using Midjourney. And it took probably like 7 to 10 prompts to finally get the style, get the shot, get exactly for the, especially for the scene, for example. You have to play with these tools over and over again. You don't expect to get exactly what you're looking for right out of these tools. You really have to work with them. And even say, for example, to get this shot, I couldn't get AI to give me the shot that I want. So I ended up finding a reference image online just through Google Images. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Took the URL of that, fed that into Midjourney, and said, give me this image in the style of, and just went through the prompting. And I got the shot that I want. And my favorite scene is this shot right here. You can see the details are great, but also notice that it's very difficult to get continuity, like especially with characters. That's especially with video or image, it's incredibly difficult to get continuity of the same style, the same theme, because you can use the same prompt and feed it into any of these AI image generators, and it will come up with a completely different image. So just know that that's just part of the game of playing with these image generation tools. This one's my favorite shot. This shot right here, look at that. So there's a short story about Cthulhu and a cruise ship, and man, this was really fun to make. But this was all created through Midjourney. So yeah, I just wanted to show you some better AI tools that are out there. Midjourney, ChatGPT isn't the best, but it's good for while you're natively just chatting with it in a prompt. You just want to create a quick mock-up that you could use to send to a graphic illustrator, or to start creating a much better design in Canva, for example. It's just a great way to go from blank page to that's something I could work with, for example. But the details will always get lost. Don't expect perfect from these models. They do have a lot of limitations, especially with fingers or details and stuff like that. Now it's your turn to create 3 images, and I create 3 little tasks. Number 1, create a great product ad image. Make an eye-catching picture that shows off a new product, making people want to buy it. You can look around your setting right now, look on your desk, look in your room, look at the office, pick one object, and make a product image to promote that product in an ad, for example. Next, design engaging social media content. Create a fun and attractive picture for social media that shows happy customers and makes people love this brand. You could pick a hiking one, super easy example, something hiking or camping, just something outdoors, and then try and create a social media post with that image to showcase a product or something for camping, for example. Lastly, make a clear and interesting infographic. Create a detailed and easy to understand picture that explains important information for a blog post. So just go look at a blog post that you've read within the last week that you found very interesting, and you're like, man, I really wish there was a picture that kind of like described what's going on in this blog post. Pick something interesting that fascinates you, for example, and then create an infographic for it, or create an image that just describes for whatever's going on in that blog post to make it more engaging. So go ahead and practice those things, and then also lastly, try practicing modifying those images using the paintbrush too. That's really cool. Then be sure to download your images, save them in your digital notebook, and then if you have access to Canva, go and convert those images to a JPEG, for example, or you can enlarge them or add more text to them, for example. That way you can get a little more better in your workflow as far as just creating a rough draft image, then throwing it into Canva to stylize it or add some text, for example, or to put it along with some other image or a specific format, such as thumbnail or square, for example, or just a perfect square, for example. Lastly, since I showed you some other AI tools, try taking these prompts and try out either Night Cafe or Midjourney, for example, and try and create another image using another AI tool to see the difference between ChatGPT and the other AI tools. Now, as I mentioned, we will go into a full in-depth course on Midjourney and how to create images on it and other AI tools, image tools, so that you have a round skill set of not just ChatGPT, but being able to use the best image generator tools to create images, the best text tool like ChatGPT to generate any type of text, for example, and then those combined is really unlocking the superpower that people can get really beautiful and amazing outputs rather than just relying on one tool. So we want to teach you a whole suite of tools, because eventually you'll need to master roughly about 10 tools to really become proficient across the new digital landscape. And that's the end of this lesson, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Welcome. Today we're going to see how ChatGPT can make data analysis easy and useful for everyone. With AI, you can automate tough data tasks, find valuable insights, and improve your business decisions. Whether you're just starting out or want to learn more, this lesson is going to show you how to use ChatGPT for advanced data analysis effectively. Specifically, we're going to go over 6 business use cases for data analytics. We'll cover the limitations of it. We'll list the file types that ChatGPT can and cannot manipulate directly. We'll go through some data cleaning and manipulation, and then we'll analyze data and provide some executive summaries. And lastly, we'll create and interact with charts. Let's begin. Let's go over 6 business use cases. So the first one is called exploratory data analysis and data visualization. The use case, you have a data set with sales data and you want to understand the overall trends and patterns. So you could say, hey ChatGPT, help me summarize the sales data and provide insights like total sales, average sales per month, and identify peak sales period. Additionally, it can suggest and generalize visualizations such as line charts for sales trends over time or bar charts for sales by product category. This is helpful, especially if you have like a sales report that you got to provide to management and you have to like analyze a bunch of data. This is going to be really helpful. Next one is information summarization. You need to analyze performance reviews for employees to identify key strengths and areas for improvement. Really good use case for HR, for example, going through surveys. An example is ChatGPT can scan through large volumes of performance review data and extract key points such as common feedback themes or frequent performance metrics, thus saving you time for manually reading each and every single review. I actually use this one when I survey new people that join the ChatGPT course, for example. I ask them, what's your biggest challenge in using AI in your business? And I gather all that data, put it in a spreadsheet, then I give it to ChatGPT and I say, analyze and give me trends and summarize as an executive summary so I can identify what is the #1 biggest pain point that people are looking to solve with basically AI business tools, or what's preventing them. So that's actually really helpful. Next one is data preprocessing and cleaning. So you have a customer data set with missing values or inconsistent data formats. Sure, you can go through and try and figure out the formula to try and fix each and every one, but you could simply give ChatGPT a prompt to help you identify and remove rows with null values in critical columns, ensuring that your data set is clean and ready for analysis. Because a huge thing with data is just being able to clean the data efficiently. So even if you don't know what exactly to clean, just giving it the prompt, please clean the data as a data analyst, will help clean the data so that you can then start working towards the next step of analyzing it. The next example is that it can also standardize data formats, such as converting all date entries to a consistent format or ensuring phone numbers follow a uniform pattern. That's a really good one because there's like complex formulas that you could create to try and get some text or numbers formatted a specific way, zip codes and addresses and stuff like that, especially for the phone number one, because everyone enters phone number differently. Some people enter area codes and country codes differently or may not be applicable. And so cleaning the data, especially for phone numbers, is a great use case because that is oh my God, that's such a time suck to try and clean that data. Next one is Excel formulas analysis. You need to perform complex calculations and analysis in Excel, but you're unsure what's the correct formula. ChatGPT can generate the appropriate Excel formula for the task, like calculating the average sales per region, summing up quarterly expenses, or performing advanced statistical analysis such as standard deviation and correlation. So that way you can just speak to it, like if you're a manager speaking to an employee saying, hey, can you sum up the quarterly expenses, or can you calculate the average sales per region? Rather than wasting time trying to go to Google and find out what's that formula and then trying to interpret that formula for your data sheet, you can just upload the file and ask ChatGPT that question in regular English. It's going to save you time on tasks that take hours to do, and also maybe even a few hours to research and try and figure out. But now you can do it simply by just talking to ChatGPT, saying just exactly what you want it to do. The last two is generate SQL code snippets. So if you want to query a database to get a specific insight, but you need help with a complicated SQL syntax, this is a real great one. So ChatGPT can create SQL queries to aggregate data, such as summing up each sales region, filtering data to show only the top performing products, joining tables to combine customer and order information, or transforming data to create a new calculated column. This is incredibly helpful because the limitation also with ChatGPT is that it can't consume that much information or basically large data sets is like its handicap. It don't expect ChatGPT to do that for you. You're still going to use a SQL database to be more efficient, but to improve your workflow, just like using Excel formulas, ChatGPT can create a custom SQL query to allow you to extract the data that you want so that you can move forward and work smarter, not harder at the end of the day. Last one is data summarization. You need an executive summary of your latest sales report for a meeting. For example, ChatGPT can analyze your sales data and generate a concise summary highlighting key metrics like total sales, growth percentage, top selling products, and regions with the highest sales increase, making it easier for you to present the data to stakeholders. This is great. So if you're in a BA role or an intern role and your manager says, hey, can you give us a sales report sheet and just dump the data and also give us an executive summary for a PowerPoint presentation? Here you can save yourself hours of time trying to analyze and do summaries and do calculations and trying to look for the data point. Here you can simply upload the file to ChatGPT, and then you can ask these questions to it and get the answers and then put them in a presentation. Let's talk about limitations. So first one, lack of accuracy. ChatGPT is not perfect. It will hallucinate or make mistakes. So you really have to double check its work. I always go by the rule, never trust anything that the AI outputs, regardless. You always just need to double check its work to make sure that it's generating quality work that you can use and rely on for business decisions. It also has a limitation of it can't handle very large data sets. So it's going to take a lot of processing time. It's going to hallucinate. So you want to break down, again, this goes back to prompt engineering, our beginner class, where you want to break down the task that you're working on or the business question that you're trying to answer with a much smaller data set, so that it can use its code interpreter to easily analyze the data, because it's basically going to build a little Python program to run this program. It doesn't have that much memory to like run or basically compute a large amount of data, for example. It's also is dependent on the user input, so we're not removing the person from the loop, and also the quality of your question that you're trying to answer is going to determine the quality of the output. But just like from our beginner ChatGPT prompting lesson, you want to provide lots and lots of context around its role, its task, and the specific format that you're looking for, so that ChatGPT can give you exactly what you want. Lastly, let's talk about, most importantly, data privacy and security challenges. Look, do not put sensitive or confidential or PHI or personal or like company information in it. You know that ChatGPT is basically, look, all these tools are owned, like, it's ChatGPT is owned by Microsoft. They're data harvesting. Everything that you provide, do not provide proprietary information, or especially email list. If you're in marketing, for example, like, do not provide that list to ChatGPT or that data, because at the end of the day, ChatGPT cannot be trusted. As far as they're a private company, and it's also owned by Microsoft, and they're selling your data at the end of the day. Not only selling your data, but they're also harvesting all the prompts and the user input. All it is every AI model is just harvesting more training data for future models. So please do not put private information in it, and it's also a security thing. So unprepared data, especially if it's super complex or unstructured, it's not in a proper data set format. For example, it just has a bunch of headers and graphics. Like, some users actually like stylize their Excel sheets like user forms or like documents. So it's not actually a formatted data set where every column has its own data type, such as one column for sales, one column for region, for example. They stylize it like a report I've seen for users, especially sales reps do that. So if it's unprepared data or it's not formatted correctly, ChatGPT is going to have a difficult time trying to interpret it. So you want to standardize your data. Lack of contextual business understanding. Look, ChatGPT doesn't know your business. It doesn't know what you're doing. It doesn't have any reference. Now, if you could go a step farther and build a custom GPT that knows everything about your business, nuances, sales, metrics, and it's give it a small enough snapshot of like about your business, but then you can upload the file and then it could provide a little better answer. But just know that it has a very limited understanding of your business context at the end of the day. The last one is manual data upload. Since we're using ChatGPT through the normal user interface, it's manual for you to upload a file and have ChatGPT do a task with that file, or you could go the next level in ChatGPT with custom GPTs, and then you could upload that file and then do a pre-made prompt that's like a business tool. I'll show a demo of that later on, which will actually be really cool. So yeah, just know that you got to manually upload your data every single time you wanted to process a request or to do something with that data. Next one are file types that ChatGPT can directly manipulate and analyze, and files that ChatGPT can read but cannot manipulate. I found this very interesting. So what that means is basically every file that you see on your screen right now, ChatGPT can directly read, manipulate, and analyze data from these file types. For example, you can upload a CSV file with sales data, and ChatGPT can calculate the totals, averages, generate reports, and visual data trends. So, and then it could also save the CSV file if you want to make any changes, for example. I thought this was very interesting. So this is really good to know as far as like it could read a bunch of different files, but it can't do its data analysis, for example, for these files. These are files that ChatGPT can read, but it cannot manipulate. And what that means is that ChatGPT can read the text contents of these files, but it cannot manipulate. And more importantly, especially for this lesson, it can't analyze the data within them directly. So for example, ChatGPT can extract text from a PDF file, summarize a Word document, or describe the contents of an image file, say image of a sales dashboard, for example, but it cannot perform data calculations or generate charts from these formats without additional processing. So I found that very interesting. So these ones that are, just know that it's like at the end of the day, you're mostly going to be working with a CSV or Excel file with multiple tabs. Just make your life easier at the end of the day. In the workbook provided with this course, you'll get access to this data sheet. So basically in this data sheet, if you haven't worked with Google Sheets, it far surpasses as far as like usability as far as Excel. Please highly recommend investing in Google Sheets over Excel. You'll save yourself on the license. Everything's saved in the cloud. It's so much easier to work with, and trust, everything's backed up, and it makes it very easy to collaborate with your business users, especially using Sheets. So in this workbook, I'm basically just going to go over the different data sets. So you have an example of what we're working with, and then we'll go to ChatGPT for different use cases with each of these data sets, for example. So starting off, there's multiple different tabs. If you don't know, on the bottom left-hand side, you could click this All Sheets button right here. You can see a list of all the different tabs for each example, for example. So you have supermarkets, EDA, information summarization, data preprocessing. So each one of these tabs, when you click on them, has a specific data set that's formatted in a specific way. So for example, information summarization, this one just has text from a survey, for example, and I asked ChatGPT to generate this data set. So that's a cool thing that you can do, is if you want practice or more practice, you can actually ask ChatGPT to create a data set for you to practice with, for example. So then we have data processing and cleaning. See, we have missing emails, missing date fields, missing information, even the phone number is not formatted consistently, for example. So these are going to be great practice files so that we can upload these files to ChatGPT and then practice with some prompt engineering with them. You'll have access to the sheet, and if you don't know, this is really good, how to turn a sheet into a CSV file to uploading. Yes, you could upload the entire workbook, but we're going to focus on each of these and turn them into individual CSV files. You don't have to do this. It should be saved in the workbook for you, but just in case if you want to know, go ahead and click the tab that you want. So let's say this tab right here that has EDA and data visualization data. It's a little data set. You're going to click File, Download, and then Common Separated Value. And then once you click that, automatically names it. In our download folder, we can see, here's the name of the file plus the little dash, and then there's the name of the tab that it downloaded. It doesn't download when you do CSV files. It doesn't download all of them. It will just do the one that you're selected or looking for. So I went ahead and created each of those already for this example. So I have a CSV file for each of these, and I'll be uploading them one at a time with the prompt so that we can work and practice together. All right, we're finally in ChatGPT. Great. So I'm going to go through each of those 6 examples that I mentioned through the course. I'm going to basically go through an example for each of these business use cases, for example, and then I'm going to upload a file so that we can work with it. So let's begin with uploading the first one. I'm on ChatGPT 4.0. So I get the data interpreter model. I'm going to click down here in the paperclip icon, and then I'm going to click Upload from Computer and select the first one, which is going to be EDA. Perfect. So it uploads the file, and now I'm going to copy paste my first prompt. Use the monthly sales data, generate a summary report that includes the total sales for each month and the average sales per month. Additionally, create a line chart to visualize the sales over trend. So you see here we're doing 2 parts. One part we're going to get an executive summary, so text, we're asking for it back. And then second, we're also going to get a chart. So we're going to click the little send button. It's going to upload. This will visualize the data. See here, it's analyzing, so that's when you know it's using a code interpreter. And then just code interpreter just means it's writing custom Python code, because remember, ChatGPT, its limitation is it's a large language model. It can't do math, can't do reasoning, can't do logic. So it needs, especially for reading files too. So that's why it's using the code interpreter feature built into ChatGPT 4 and 4.0. Now, I don't think it's on ChatGPT 3.5. It's not. So just know there. So it wrote a low code, and now we get a nice little chart that you could expand this chart by clicking the arrows right here, and this will expand the chart. Here we can see monthly sales trend. So it even tells you the y-axis is sales, and then which is this, and then the x-axis is month. Great, so it's even labeled nicely. At the very upper right of your chart are a few buttons that we could go over some additional features when interacting with a chart in this expand mode. So the first one, you have the ability to switch between two modes. One is a statistical chart, which looks like this. You can't interact with it. It's just going to give you a chart of data. I don't even think you could change the color on it. No, you can't even change the color. And then next one, if you click that same button again, it will toggle to an interactive chart, which just means if I click and hover my mouse over certain points, it's now interacting with it. So I can see additional values, but I can't do that in a statistical chart, but just a different view. And then also in a interactive chart, if we go to the next button, we can change the color of it to, let's say, red or green or orange, or you can enter a specific hex code for a color that you want. Here you could download the chart. So if I click that, it's going to download a PNG image of the chart. Ooh, that looks pretty ugly. If you're on Mac, do Command-Shift-5. If you don't know, Command-Shift-5 will bring up toolbar on Mac. And then right here you can do, this is why I like doing it. This is like a one-time setup. If you click this little, this first one for capture selection, go Options, and then go Clipboard, because this will save, I mean, it defaults and saves it to a desktop. And then if you hit Escape, now here's the hack. So Command-Shift-5 to like change the settings basically. Command-Shift-4, so Command-Shift-4, now my mouse turns into like a little like cursor. Now I could take a screenshot, go shoo, click once and drag, and then let go, and then boom. Now I have a real nice image. So that's why we use Macs and not Windows computers. Just going to give you a little Mac tips along the way. That's a much better looking chart. I like that. So built-in screenshot using Mac. The next one is to get out of the expand option. So you could click this button. It will collapse the chart and bring us back to our regular chart here. And then you could do all those same features without having to expand it. Remember, statistic only works for interactive. Click data set and go green, red. Pretty cool. And then if we click download, see if we get a better picture. No, we don't get a better picture. I like screenshots, so Command-Shift-5 or Command-Shift-4. Copy, highlight, and then I now got a real nice image I could use. Then if we continue on, we could scroll down and it says, so here's the summary of the report for the monthly sales data. Total sales for the month. The table provides a breakdown, and average sales was $5,000, 158. I would always just double check the data. Like honestly, if like this is my job's on the line, honestly, like I would always double check the data. Like that's just, it's going to give you that peace of mind, for example. And then it gives you a little summary. Nice. Let's do another quick prompt right here. We're going to just say, so here's another prompt using the same data. I already uploaded the file, so I don't have to upload it again. I'm still in the same chat, so that way I could continuously ask it more information from this chat. Analyze the monthly sales data and provide a summary of sales distribution by product category, and create a pie chart to show the percentage of total sales contributed by each product category. So pretty much we can see a pattern in the two different ways that we're doing a prompt in here. We're going to get some text executive summary. You always, whenever you work with data, for example, you always want to work with what's the number one question you're trying to ask. Most data and dashboards mess up when they're trying to ask too many questions, for example. So the goal here is to focus just on one specific question that you want to answer in text form. So like, what's the average monthly sales? And then second is you could do a dashboard or a chart to answer that, to visually understand that chart. So, but fundamentally, especially when you're doing data analysis, you're just asking one question. So, and your one question, you're getting a text answer, and you're also going to visualize that answer. So let's send this off. We didn't have to upload the data. We can see it's analyzing because it remembers the data file. It's using its code interpreter to analyze and write the Python program in real time. That is fancy. If you want to learn how to program Python, it's going to like change your life. Honestly, it's like the most powerful language. This is really good because then you're like, oh, how would I do it? Because even if you don't know, this is just super helpful for code, for if you want to learn how to do software development. You can see here the natural language syntax that it used. So like these are just comments, summarize the sales distribution by category, and then it creates variables, and then you can see how did it do it, and then here for the next step. God, that's all coding is. It's just breaking it down down to small micro tasks and explicitly saying step by step what you want to do. So this is just also just a great way to learn how to do Python code on the back end. That's just awesome. So we got here sales distribution by product category. We can see clothing, electronics, and furniture. Ooh, this looks really nice. Look at that. And if you hover your mouse over, it's interactive. So we can see the different percentages. We could download the chart too and get a picture of it. See if it's a little, it's a little better. Those pictures, they'll eventually get better with that. Again, I like Command-Shift-5. That's just going to be super cool. I'm going to throw this in my Canva presentation slides so I could give my executive summary to my executives. That's awesome. It shows you the data that it pulled from it to answer the question and says, here's a summary of the sales distribution by product category, so you could kind of check its work too. So clothing, this value, electronics, this value, furniture, this value. And then it gives you a little answer, like it just repeats itself as far as like, hey, this is what it answers. So the pie chart. Awesome. That looks really cool. Let's do another example. So for this next example, remember we're going to practice shortcut keys because we're super productive. Remember our two shortcut keys. You could do Command-Shift-S, and that would just kind of bring out the sidebar. So Command-Shift-S. Always use shortcut keys when you're working. I've started using them, and it's actually super handy. But the next one, to start a brand new chat, I'm going to do Command-Shift-O, and that will open a new chat. And just remember, if you're like, oh, what were the chats? Bottom right hand corner, you could click keyboard shortcuts and you can see open new chat, Command-Shift-O for open. That's what I like to remember. And now we got a brand new chat. We could start the next one, which is for information summarization. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the prompt example. So for this next one, I'm going to upload the file, and this one is going to be for information summarization. Boom. So I got my second CSV file. I have my prompt. Summarize the employee performance reviews by extracting the key feedback points for each employee. Identify the common strengths and weaknesses across all reviews and present them in a report. We're not asking for a chart this time. Notice it's a different use case. This is like if HR downloaded a bunch of surveys and they're like, man, I don't want to read through 1,000 surveys and try and figure out the trends and patterns of what people want and stuff like that. Instead, I'm just going to download in or save it to a CSV file, upload it to ChatGPT with my prompt to summarize the information and identify common strengths and weaknesses, and click enter. And then here we can see it will show you that data, because remember this one's a different one. It's just like, hey, here's a bunch of summary reports. I don't have time to read them, for example, if I'm in HR. Saves you time. It writes a little Python program using this data analyzer. This is really helpful to know if it actually did the work, kind of thing. So then we can see, oh, cool. It added some extra columns, did some strengths, did some weaknesses. So it actually made a whole separate data set. We could expand on this to be like, oh, wait, the first two columns were the ones that I gave it. That's all. There's nothing in other columns. So it actually uploaded the data sheet, created columns, and then answered those columns for me. That's actually super handy. Wow. So then we could download this, press download, and it will download not an image, but notice it's a CSV file. So I'm going to go to my download folder, employee review, it's a CSV file. And if you want to view a CSV file, if you go to Google Sheets, well, actually, I'm going to show you guys something super cool because you guys are awesome. If you're already logged in to your Google account, if you press Command-T, it will open a new tab. So Command-T for new tab. And then here you can go type in Sheets, SHEETS.NEW. If you type that, I can't zoom in, but yeah, sheets.new and press enter. Since you're logged into Chrome and Gmail, it will automatically open a Google Sheet ready for you to use, blank sheet. And then we could go File, Import, go to Upload, and then we can upload, drag and drop that file right here. And it says, hey, what do you want to do? I want to actually replace the current sheet with this data, import that data. Because if you open, I don't know if you know, just for some people, if you open a CSV file, it just looks like this. It stands for comma separated. Oh, I forgot what it says. Basically, every column is separated by a column. But here, now, oh man, that's super handy. Python, ChatGPT, we just gave it this data set, and it did all this for us. That's super handy. Imagine the implications where you're like, hey, read this data sheet add a column and do a summary or categorize. You can even do categorizing business expenses for like for finance. That's actually pretty cool. Go through, here's a sheet of expenses. Go ahead and give the business categorization based on whatever marketing, sales, stuff like that. So actually that's pretty cool. So we downloaded our file. I'm going to click collapse. So it updated a new data table. And then here's an executive summary. And then here's our text summary where it said, oh, these are the common strengths. These are some of the weaknesses. That's good to know if I'm HR. That saved me a whole lot of time from trying to like read that file, for example, and trying to interpret, for example. That's super handy. Let's do another prompt with this same data set. So I'm not going to upload the same file. I already infers that. I'm going to say, can you analyze the performance review data set and create a summary that highlights the top 3 most frequent mentioned strengths and the top 3 areas needing improvement amongst employees? Great. And then it gave us a summary of the performance reviews. These are the top 3 most frequent mentioned strengths, the top 3 areas needing improvement. That's super handy. So you could feed it a bunch of text. It can analyze and give you an interpretation based on a summary, basically information summarization when you upload a data set of text, for example. In this next one, this one's probably going to be like the most common use case. We're going to upload data processing and cleaning. That's the task we want to do, because this was the data table that has, remember, blank rows and unformatted phone numbers. So the time it would take to try and figure out a formula to try and format these, and it's not consistent, and try and clean all this data, that would take a lot of time. So we're going to say, hey, ChatGPT, use the customer data set. We want to remove the missing values in the email and the join date columns. We're being very explicit about what columns we wanted to do what task, for example. And then in this column, remember we're using single quotation marks to let it know like, hey, this is the column name. That's important. Hey, in this column, we want you to standardize the phone number format to this format for all entries. Let's go ahead and send that off. You can see our this is probably the biggest time saving, is just trying to format, process, and clean the data just so you can start using it for any reporting and stuff like that. This is probably the biggest time suck that a lot of people have to do with cleaning the data. Great, and it's done. It says the data set has been cleaned by removing the missing values in the email and join date column. Additionally, the phone number has been standardized to that format and is cleaned and ready for processing. So let's take a look. We're like, yeah, that does look clean. Look at that, super nice. And then if we want to download it, go ahead and click the little download button right here. It's going to download a CSV file. And then if I go to Google Sheets and I go File, Import, go to Upload, and then for my download history right here, I could click and drag that downloaded folder into here. And we're going to say, yeah, just replace the spreadsheet, for example. Import the data. Now it gave us clean data. So we went from this horribly formatted data to now this nicely formatted data. If you highlight all columns and double click by the column thing, it will kind of like sort them. Look at that. That saved us so much time. That is super handy. Let's go through the next one. Okay, in this next example, let's say a situation where the boss comes to you and asks you to update the spreadsheet with a custom Excel formula, and you're like, I don't know what formula I should use. I don't know what I should put to try and answer this question. So we're going to have ChatGPT give us the Excel formula to answer a complex business question. So for example, we want to calculate the quarterly sales growth for each region using the provided quarterly sales data. Generate the necessary Excel formulas to compute the growth percentages between consecutive quarters. Don't feel bad if you don't know what that means. It's just basically the challenge is we're trying to ask ChatGPT to give us the Excel formula so that we could paste it in our Google Sheet, so that or Excel sheet, so that it can actually run, and we don't have to, because we're not asking ChatGPT to actually do it, because ChatGPT is not Excel or not Google Sheets basically, so the formulas are meaningless in it. But we're asking ChatGPT what's the Excel formula that we should copy paste into it based on our data set, so that we can answer this question right here. Awesome, and it's done. This is super helpful if you're learning Excel or Google Sheets for the first time. And the biggest thing is, it's just like programming. No one memorizes all the formulas. Like, no one memorizes all the syntax for coding. You just have to be resourceful enough to know where can you go to look for the answer. So every coder, for example, goes to Google to search for what's the formula that does XYZ, for example. The same thing with Excel. As long as you know how to ask the right question, you can get the right answer. So right here, and it actually teaches you, which is really cool. So Excel formulas for quarterly sales growth. To calculate the quarterly sales growth for each region, you can use the following formulas in Excel. Assuming the data set starts with A1, which is column A, row 1, or row 1, for example, with headers shown. So then you could go, Q1 to Q2 growth. You could calculate this. Awesome. You should use these formulas. Oh, yeah, equals C2 by B2 by B2. Excel is basically like Battleship, which is super funny. Column 2, row 2, column C, row 2, column B, row 2, and so forth and so forth. And then it does it for all of them. This will be super hard to like figure out, especially if you're like new to the job and you're trying to figure out for the first time. Then it updates this sheet. Now again, ChatGPT will not calculate because it's not an Excel sheet or it's not a Google sheet in and of itself. So it won't actually run that program. However, it will show you what you need to put where so that you could copy this formula into your Google Sheet so that that Google Sheet or Excel can actually do the calculations, and then you can run it there. So here we're just asking for what's the complex formula base that we want. That's awesome. So it says you could copy paste these formulas into the respective cells to compute the growth percentage for each quarter. That is awesome. Let's try another Excel question. For example, you're like, hey, for example, using the quarterly sales data, create an Excel formula to calculate the total annual sales for each region. Additionally, calculate the average quarterly sales for each region. Now, again, we're not asking ChatGPT to do the work for us per se. We're just asking it to, hey, look at this data set and what's the formula? That's pretty much what you're asking, because if you were to Google this, it would give you a very generic formula, and then you have to interpret that based on your data set to know what to put where, for example. So here it understands our data set, and it gives us the Excel formula that we could copy and paste this into our Google Sheet or Excel sheet, and then we can get, for example, the answer to our question, which is to compute the total annual sales and the average quarterly sales for each region. That is awesome. All right, we got 2 more examples to practice with more. And again, each of these examples is giving you a different use case of how we can upload a data sheet to ChatGPT to help it accomplish a data analyst task, for example. So here, different context, we're saying we're uploading a data sheet, and here we're going to ask it, generate a SQL query to find the top 10 best-selling products from the product sales data. The query should select the product names and sales volume and rank them in descending order of sales volume. That would be a super complex SQL query. And especially, so the benefit of this is that you don't know, if you try and Google this question to try and find the answer, it's going to give you, you have to break down each step to find a template for each SQL query and then piece it together. And then you have to connect it with your data set. But look at this. It, number one, understood the data set that we have, for example, here. So it says, based on the structure of the provided product sales data, so it knows the columns and stuff. Then it gives us a SQL query, select this column and this column from this data set. I haven't done SQL in so long. It's been, oh my God, ages. And then order it by this column in descending order, and then give us only the top 10 from there. And then it even explains it. Select product and sales, selects the product names and the sales volumes, specifies the data table containing the product sales data. Then it orders the results by sales volume in descending order, and it limits the results to the top 10 best-selling products. And this, again, we want to know the limitations. We're not trying to get ChatGPT to do the work for us, or even to remember the limitation. You can't upload a large data set to try and answer the question, but we can either ask for an Excel formula or we can ask for a SQL query. so that we can use the right tool for the job, because ChatGPT is not replacing Excel or Google Sheets. Those tools, it's not going to replace it at the end of the day. It's a personal assistant. It's meant to help you with micro tasks. So the micro tasks of trying to figure out the SQL query based on your data set was like, that would take like an hour. If you're brand new to this, for example, it would take you some time. But here, you can upload it. It will understand the context of a data set of your data set and then give you, and then even teach you. That's the cool thing. So you get better learning more about how to write SQL queries. Let's do another one. So for our next one, we're going to ask, write a SQL query to calculate the total sales volume for each product category from the product sales data. Group the results by product category and then sort them in descending order by sales volume. Now, again, the prompt really is arbitrary. It doesn't really matter. Basically, what we're trying to do is saying, hey, there's this large data table. I don't know. And then I got to write a SQL query and I'm under a time crunch. And then looking at Google, trying to figure out, and then I got to compare it and add my own data set table to make it, because Google will give you an article, they'll give you a template, and you got to piece it together. This is super helpful by knowing how to ask the right question and to use the right tool, for example, to help you with this micro task, for example, of creating a custom SQL query. Look at that. Gave us our SQL query, gave us a whole explanation of how it works. That is super handy. Let's do the last example. All right, last example, and I have 2 prompts for this one. This is for data summarization. So for example, using the sales report dataset, create an executive summary that includes key metrics such as total sales for the year, average monthly sales, and top selling products, and the region with the highest sales. Present the summary in a concise format. So here, this is super helpful. The business use case is like, oh my God, I got this data. I have to report to my manager, the CEO, or the chief financial officer, and we got to report this once a week. And oh my God, it takes hours to do this task. But you could upload it to ChatGPT, know exactly how to write the question, and now we could get this quick thing, executive summary report. Here's our key sales, our average, our top selling product, and our region with the highest sales data. So quick and easy, we're turning a data set into an executive summary so that we can quickly accomplish this micro task. Let's do one last example. So in this last example, we're asking, analyze the sales report data using the same data sheet to generate a summary highlighting the monthly sales trend, the top 3 products with the highest sales, and the regions with the highest and lowest sales. Provide this information a clear and concise executive summary. So again, we're trying to be very descriptive of first, hey, ChatGPT, analyze it. And then we're breaking down the different micro tasks that we want it to do, generate a summary, comma, then also another instruction we want. These are like questions that you're going to be asking. Hey, comma, ask a question, comma, ask a question. Since it's going to be an executive summary, you could just comma and just ask question, question, question. And then we're being very explicit with what we want. We don't want charts. We don't have time for that. We just want a clear text executive summary. So then ChatGPT takes the data, shows you, it says, basically it's saying here, hey, I use this data to answer your question. It's kind of just showing you its work. So here is our executive summary, monthly sales trend, each by month. That's awesome, 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 awesome. Our top 3 products, awesome. Region. And lastly, let's turn that into a chart. Turn that into a chart to visualize the information. One last bonus kind of thing. We're like, great, takes the same data. We don't have to upload it in every prompt. Nice, and it gave us a little dashboard that we could expand. So if we click expand, and look at this awesome little dashboard. Cool, there's our monthly sales trend, top 3 products with the highest sales, and sales by region, all in one chart. But just know, since whenever it does multiple charts, it won't be in interactive mode. It's in statistical mode, where it just shows you a picture, a screenshot. You can't hover your mouse or change the colors. So just know that's one limitation. If you ask it a specific show me one chart question, it will give you an interactive chart. But if you're asking basically for like basically a sales dashboard with your question was multiple charts, then it says, oh, interactive charts are not supported as of today. It may get better. And then we have our answer. Wonderful. I'm going to show you one special bonus part here called, now, let's say you've been working with ChatGPT, you got a bunch of prompts and questions, and you're like, hey, I have to do this analytical tasks every week for management. I got to provide some executive summary, some text. I got to create some charts. I got to provide an analysis and some key summaries. I got to do all these step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want to upload the file every single time and ask and pre-prompt it and go through this whole back and forth kind of thing. This is the next level where you want to create a business tool. For example, like how about an executive sales dashboard that answers all this for you so that you can just upload a different file every week that has the same format but new data, and it can provide you an executive summary with charts just the way you want. So I did that using ChatGPT. So creating custom GPTs, you'll get that in the next, it's coming up in the lessons. So go explore GPTs, create GPT, but I have one here. Don't worry, I'll show you how to make one in a future lesson coming up. I just want to show you right here where now to take it the next level, you take your prompts and the next thing you want to do is save your prompts or template them or create a custom GPT so that if you have to do this task in the future, it's going to save you hours of time. So here I created a custom GPT. That's a business tool that generates executive summaries and charts from uploaded sales data and CSV files. Awesome. And then look at my prompt engineering. So I'm going to expand this. So I provided all the step 1, step 2, step 3, everything that I want. So here it's going to say you are a data analyst. Use the attached file. Step 1, clean up and format the data. Step 2, understand the data from the data analyst role, and then using the data provided, answer the following questions. Here's the executive summary that I want, for example, like overview of sales, sales by region, sales by item. And then here, I also want these specific charts. I want total sales by region, then I want total sales by item, then I want total sales trend, for example. And then lastly, I want some key insights. Provide me some key insights and some recommendations to improve sales. So I did all my pre-prompting. This is your prompt engineering, explicitly, basically working step by step, explicitly saying what you want from the model. And click close. So then I have you would just upload your file every week here, one at a time. And then I have just a conversation starter that says analyze file. So if I open now, so it's a brand new week, I am ready to do my sales dashboard. I uploaded the file to my bot, and now I just click analyze file. All right, it's finally done analyzing and giving us our answer. So look, it gave us an executive summary. It answered all the questions that we want in the order that we want with the summary. Then it even created the charts. And remember, these are interactive charts. So if you hover over them, it'll give you some cool interactivity. Very cool. Remember, you can switch between interactive and statistical, which doesn't interact, which is not interactive basically. Now, I'll be honest, I had to run this 3 different times because I'm doing this at 5 o'clock on a Saturday and it's probably busy under heavy load. So if ChatGPT freezes or it's blank on the answer that it's trying to get to it, just start a new conversation and then start over. Basically super easy. And then we got all our sales trend data. We got our units sold. Now, if I have to provide this report every week to my sales manager, for example, to give an analysis and then also key insights and then give recommendations, now this is where building custom GPTs automates the whole work, and you can literally write on a piece of paper just all this digital notebook, all the 10 steps that you need to do because you got to accomplish this task. You got to do this task again every week. So you just write down all the 10 steps that you want, create a custom GPT bot, and then you can upload the file. The only thing that changes really is the file. So this is super handy. So that's creating custom GPTs as the sales dashboard tool, which is super handy. That's advanced level. We'll go more deeper into creating GPTs in the next lesson. All right, it's your turn to practice, and I gave you a huge data set to practice with. You can ask a lot of questions from this data set. So it's called supermarket sales. So if you download and save that, these are the questions I want you to answer. Using the supermarket data set, I want you to answer the 5 questions here. 1, we want to practice data cleaning. So here's the prompt. Please clean the data set by removing any rows with null values and provide a summary of the clean data. Next one, determine the location generated. Next, determine which location generated the most revenue and provide the total revenue for that location. Next one, generate a chart that shows the difference in total sales between male and female customers. Next one, analyze the data set to determine which customer type, was it member or normal, generates the most revenue, and provide a total revenue for each of those types. And lastly, what is the total sales by product line? Create a chart showing the sales breakdown for each product line. So go ahead and download that data table, upload it to ChatGPT, and then go ahead and practice one by one with each of these prompts. And then for extra credit, you could go ahead and practice some of the other prompts using the other data tables for like the summarization or the Excel formula, for example, just to get more practice right there. This is super helpful. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to this very long episode, but learning takes time and there's a lot to cover, especially when it comes to data analysis. But now it shows you a bunch of different business use cases that you could upload a data set and then get a specific answer using ChatGPT to save you hours in trying to accomplish that task, for example, rather than trying to do it manual. That's the end of this lesson, and I will see you in the next lesson. Congratulations, you made it to the very end of the course. Did you know that you are part of the 1% of ambitious entrepreneurs who take their education seriously? But your education and your journey doesn't stop here. It keeps going. I want to invite you to join the Entrepreneur AI Accelerator, where we meet twice a week virtually for weekly AI updates, personalized support, and access to a community of ambitious entrepreneurs. Click the link below for a free 30-day trial, and I look forward to seeing you in the club. Thank you.